Chapter 440, Long Yen didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. Long Yen didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. What level can it be if an Arcana Plane cultivator released a noble plane spell? An ancient voice came from the room on the second floor. Long Yen smiled and nodded. Understood. The musical piece was extraordinary, but the player's ability was limited. The musical piece is called Elegance and is written by himself. If anyone is able to buy it, you may become one of the few who can understand this piece, the old man said, smiling. Powerful musical sorcery was the same as other spells and martial arts techniques. It obviously couldn't be spread carelessly. Spells were usually given in exchanges. Musical pieces were the same. Okay, the auction rule is to exchange with items. Everyone can report their prices, the elder said, gazing at everyone present. Futian sat behind the magic array, watching everything happen. The array before him was transparent. He could see everything clearly, but the others couldn't see him. This was a water elemental spell. Lower noble ritual implement, someone said. Using ritual implements as an exchange was the most common. Futian was slightly disappointed. Was the musical piece only worth a lower noble ritual implement? He had to see the others. 3 lower noble ritual implements, someone else said. Many people joined the bid. However, the musical piece was from an unknown source. It was an original creation, but no one knew the composer and was only in the Arcana Plane. No one knew what it would be like once they got it. Thus, most people were careful when bidding. Of course, it would be different if this was from a famous composer. The price would shoot up. After a while, the bid had reached 2 mid-level ritual implements. This was quite a high cost. It meant that most of the people here knew what was good. Otherwise, they wouldn't bid so high for something performed by an Arcana-level cultivator. But Futian was still a bit disappointed. The auctioneer was the old man who had listened to him play earlier. Now, he smiled slightly. If there wasn't a suitable bid, he would buy it himself. 3 mid-level noble ritual implements, Long Yen said lazily from the 3rd level. He didn't understand music, but since people were bidding, he would buy it and then see. After Long Yen bid, many people fell silent. But then, an old voice said from the 2nd floor, 1 upper-level noble ritual implement. Upper-level noble ritual implement. Many people's eyes narrowed. This was an unknown piece they'd only heard once. This cost was very high. 2 pieces, another voice said from the 2nd floor. 3 pieces, yet another said. The people in the main hall were shocked. Was it that they didn't know what was good? Now, people from the 2nd floor rooms kept bidding. A set of 7 elemental noble ritual implements, both defense and offense, with 10 lower-level noble spell decree, 5 mid-level spell decree, and 3 upper-level spell decree, a gentle voice announced from the 3rd floor. The entire building became quiet. This price. The building was silent. It was hard for anyone under the Sage Plane or from a wealthy top force to bid like that. But the voice was beautiful and moving. The person must be very young. Clearly, it was the daughter of some wealthy family. Even Futian's heart jumped at the bid. He knew his musical piece was extraordinary, but he wasn't famous and he was only in the Arcana Plane. It was an impossible price. He looked up to the room on the 3rd floor. But just as the other couldn't see him, he also couldn't see her. He didn't know who had raised the bid to this level. Anyone else? The elder asked. No one replied, so the elder chuckled. In that case, the bid is over. In the room, Long Yen gazed at the other room and asked, I am Long Yen from the Dragon Clan. May I ask for your name? One must have an extraordinary background to be able to pay this price. He could talk to her. If the musical piece really deserved that price, he could buy it from her. No one replied. Inside the room, a beautiful face was looking in Futian's direction, wondering who was selling this piece. Let's go, her gentle voice said. She turned and walked out, ready to exchange for the musical piece. Yi Futian also rose and left. A while later, Yi Futian's group appeared outside on the street. Let's go. Yi Futian started walking away. Earlier, he'd kept anonymous because he was low-key. Now, he really couldn't reveal himself because people could kill him for what he'd earned. Now, he was curious who had gotten the piece. She didn't even humor Long Yan. After strolling down Qingyun Street, Yi Futian returned to the Celestial Pavilion. After all, he'd promised a certain girl to accompany her. However, when he returned, he was notified that someone was waiting. This person's identity seemed to be special. Beside the fairy pool, a figure sat inside the covered bride pavilion with many strong cultivators with him. He looked very young and was studying Yi Futian, who'd just entered. Yi Futian, the youth asked. You are? Yi Futian asked. I am from the West Mountain. The other chuckled. Yi Futian was confused. He'd heard this voice earlier at the music workshop. A voice from a room had called himself Long Yan from the Dragon Clan. The other had arrived at the Celestial Pavilion first, appearing before him. Can I help you? Yi Futian asked. He'd actually guessed the other's motive. He'd gone to the music workshop for the same reason. The Celestial Pavilion was bought with the Dragon Clan's resources, Long Yan said as expected. Sister Linger is still young and doesn't understand things. This pavilion is nothing to the Dragon Clan, but given without any reason. Do you understand? No. Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. Long Yan chuckled. Tapping the table, he continued, then I'll make myself easier to understand. I don't care how you tricked Linger, but we will take this back. However, I don't want Linger to feel bad. Thus, you can continue taking care of the Celestial Pavilion, but you must give up 90% of profits. I will take it. The remaining 10% is enough for you to get rich. Long Yan's smile was confident. He'd heard that Yi Futian was only a musical student and in the Arcana plane. With that status, 10% of Celestial Pavilion profits should definitely be enough. Yi Futian should understand that if he refused, he would have nothing. He had no reason to refuse these conditions. Yi Futian looked at the confident smile. He'd understood many things from Long Yan's words. He had to give up 90% of the profits while still keeping this a secret from Linger. Also, Long Yan would be the one taking the money. He didn't know if this was the Dragon Clan's idea, Long Yan's, or a small minority of the family. This wasn't important though. He'd expected this would happen from Long Mu's attitude. What, you still have to think about it? Long Yan asked, frowning. He was pressuring Yi Futian. You should know how much 10% of the profit is. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I understand. And? Long Yan asked. You will know my answer tonight, Yi Futian said. Okay. I will give you 1 day to think and come back tomorrow, Long Yan said. He took his people and left. Yi Futian watched his back and smiled, shaking his head. The man didn't have any patience. Yi Futian hadn't finished speaking. He didn't have to come tomorrow. The taker has the disadvantage, Yi Futian laughed at himself. He tossed the Celestial Pavilion's badge up and then it fell down in his hand. The Western Court of Divine Sky City was abnormally lively at the end of the year. Many from the Dragon Clan came from the West Mountain, shattering the quietness. To them, this wasn't only the end of the year. It was also the princess' birthday. Long Linger of the Dragon Clan was cultivating at the West Court and preparing to enter the Starry School. They didn't plan on making a big deal over her birthday. Most remained in the West Mountain for the New Year's, but most lines of the family sent youths to celebrate Long Linger's birthday. By evening, a banquet was prepared. At this time, a dragon-pulled chariot was in the sky. A beautiful figure sat in it. She was a woman of around 30 years old. Her skin was youthful and white as snow. Her features were extraordinary and she looked wise. She gave off a noble aura just by sitting there. The lady is here. Many people looked up. She'd come to celebrate her daughter's birthday while the family leader stayed in the West Mountain. He was growing stricter towards his daughter these years. The dragon chariot landed and the woman walked out. Long Linger called out, "Mother." Her voice was slightly disappointed. She knew her father wouldn't come celebrate her birthday. Chapter 441. The beautiful lady walked up with a smile and patted Long Linger's head. Linger is 1 year older now. The beautiful lady walked up with a smile and patted Long Linger's head. Linger is 1 year older now. Mother, I don't like celebrating like this, Long Linger muttered, looking at the crowd. She only wanted to celebrate with people close to her, but because of her status, she had few true friends. Many came to her birthday, but they weren't genuine. It was just because of her status. Silly girl. You must remember that whether you like it or not, the Dragon Clan is one complete piece, the beauty said gently. The girl was still too young. She couldn't understand many things. Long Linger nodded, half understanding. Auntie, Linger. Long Mu walked over now. Humph, Long Linger glared at him and then looked away, ignoring him. You're still angry at your brother? Long Mu asked helplessly. Linger, don't do that. Madame Long's voice turned serious. Long Mu was the descendant of her elder brother. Mother, you always side with him, Long Linger said, pouting. What's wrong? What did your brother do? Madame Long said. Ask him. Long Linger seemed upset. Auntie, do you know about Linger buying the Celestial Pavilion? Long Mu asked. Yes, I've heard about it. Madame Long nodded. How could she not know about something like that? I went to the Celestial Pavilion and told the person to leave, so Linger became upset, Long Mu said, smiling wryly. Mother, Brother Futian is so nice to me. He even taught me how to play the guqin. I became a dragon master thanks to him too, Long Linger said. Yang Xing stood to the side in shock. Long Linger hadn't been so nice when Yi Futian was here. I've heard of this too. Senior Feng is modest. You really think that it was all due to him? You have to know who your teacher is. That was just a coincidence, Long Mu said. He obviously didn't think that a youth in the Arcana plane could teach Long Linger. It was most likely because Senior Feng had done most of the work and Yi Futian came at the right time. You don't know anything, Long Linger said, pouting. All right, Madame Long said gently. You're the birthday girl today. Don't get angry. Since everyone's here, let's start the banquet. Long Linger still let out an upset huff. She didn't know if Brother Futian would come. He'd promised. He wouldn't go back on his words, right? When the banquet started, Madame Long and Long Linger sat in the main seats. Long Mu sat on the side. The others were all from the Dragon Clan and they came up with gifts. Long Yen was one of them. He couldn't buy that musical piece from the workshop and the West Court had many gyukins. Unless it was a famous one, it was meaningless. Thus, he'd bought a necklace from Qingyun Street. It was pretty and also a defense ritual implement. It could protect the wearer. Long Linger always wore a dragon necklace, but it was still well-meaning. He honestly couldn't think of what to buy since Long Linger didn't lack anything. Long Linger was emotionless when she accepted Long Yan's necklace. She put it to the side and reached out a small hand to caress the dragon necklace on her neck. It glowed softly and was warm. Long Linger smiled. Her uncle had given this to her. Raising her head, Long Linger looked into the distance and then pouted. Did that guy lie? Madam, a voice said now. Madame Long looked up. Yes. A guest is here, the person said. Long Linger's eyes brightened. Let him in. Who is it? Madame Long asked. Gu Yunshi from the Gu clan, the person replied. She said she's here for the Mrs.'s birthday. When Long Linger heard that it wasn't Yi Futian, she was disappointed. Why is Sister Yunshi here? she wondered. After all, she was still young and wasn't the dragon clan's elder. It was just a birthday. Usually, only seniors would have outsiders come to celebrate their birthday. However, the Gu clan and the dragon clan have always had a good relationship. Oh, Yinshi, let her in. Madame Long smiled. Mu, go welcome her personally. Okay. Long Mu nodded. He rose and went outside. Many youths from the dragon clan were confused but excited. They'd all heard of Gu Yinshi's beauty. In the Divine Sky City, she was known for making one want to give up a country for her. That was how beautiful she was. They all knew why the madam told Long Mu to go personally. The two clans have always had a good relationship. It was rumored that when the last family leader had died, the two families had wanted an arranged marriage. It would have been Long Mu, son of the family leader, and Gu Yinshi of the Gu clan. But then Long Mu's father died and this wasn't mentioned anymore. The two families still had a good relationship though. Their interactions had just lessened a bit. Now that Gu Yunx was here for Long Linger's birthday, the madam was obviously happy, so she had Long Mu go welcome her. A while later, a group came over. There was a beautiful girl beside Long Mu. She wore a pale pink dress that complemented her graceful and slender body. Her swan-like flawless collarbone was extremely sexy. However, her beautiful features were serene. Her movements were soft, like a floating fairy. She lives up to her name. For many, it was their first time meeting Gu Yinshi. She was as beautiful as people said. Many of the dragon clan were impressed. When she stood with Long Mu, it felt like they suited each other. Madame Long smiled warmly when she saw this. She hoped they could marry. Gu Yinshi matched Long Mu well. Madame Long, Gu Yinshi bowed slightly. Her actions were light and graceful. Yinshi, I haven't seen you in a long while. Come sit beside me. Madame Long's voice was gentle. It was obvious she really liked Gu Yinshi. Gu Yinshi didn't object. She walked to Madame Long and sat down. She and Long Mu were on either side of Madame Long. Then she looked to Long Linger and she smiled. Linger, do you still remember me? Sister Yinshi, you underestimate me. You're so pretty. How can I not recognize you? Long Linger was being playful. Linger, when you grow up, you'll be as beautiful as Madame and surpass me, Gu Yinshi said modestly. Long Yen kept watching Gu Yinshi. When she spoke, he was confused. This voice was familiar. He'd heard it not so long ago. So it had been her. No wonder she didn't care about him. Sister Linger, I came in a rush and didn't know what to prepare. Today, I visited the music workshop and bought a song. Since you are a musical sorcerer, I will gift it to you. Please don't look down on it. Gu Yinshi took out the musical score for Long Linger. I like this song too, so I had someone copy it. I hope you won't mind. Of course not. Long Linger shook her head. What kind of score would attract you too? Madame Long asked, smiling. A very hot-blooded song, Gu Yinshi said. The artistic conception is powerful and affects the listener greatly. You can sense the composer's brilliance from this piece. It is called Elegance too. I heard that the owner was the one who wrote it. I wonder which master wrote it. Since Yinshi likes it, it must be a great song. If there's the chance, have Mr. Feng look at it, Madame Long said. Speaking of music, Yinshi, you are also skilled in it. Few your age can be compared to you. No way. Many in the Dragon Clan is skilled in musical sorcery and there are Dragon Masters too. I cannot be compared. I know someone skilled in musical sorcery and he's around Sister Yinshi's age too, Long Linger said. You're too young to know about skills. You underestimate your sister Yinshi, Madame Long said. It's true. Long Linger glared at her mother. I believe that anyone Linger looks up to will be amazing, Gu Yinshi said. Yes. He promised he would come, but he still hasn't, Long Linger said, pouting. Liar, liar. Madam, someone else came to visit the miss, the servant from before came and said again. Let him in. Long Linger jumped up. No, I'll go personally. Linger. Madam Long grabbed her. This girl. She was the star but wanted to leave all the guests here. Long Linger was upset, but Madam Long continued, let him in. Yes, madam. The person nodded and then left. A while later, Yi Futian was brought over. When he saw the scene, surprise filled his eyes. Seeing the beautiful lady beside Long Linger, he guessed who she was. He realized he'd been fooled again. Yes, he had been fooled. Why did he believe her? She said that her parents wouldn't spend New Year's with her and needed him to accompany her. This girl was too good at acting pitiful. Brother Futian, today's my 14th birthday and I was scared you wouldn't come, so. She made puppy eyes at Yi Futian. You won't be angry, right? Yi Futian gave her a look. What could he say? But it was her birthday and he hadn't prepared anything. At that time, everyone present looked at Yi Futian. They'd obviously heard of him. He was the one that the princess of the dragon clan bought the celestial pavilion for. Their relationship seemed to be even closer than they'd expected. They couldn't help but feel jealous. Chapter 442, Long Yen was confused when he saw Yi Futian. When he went to the celestial pavilion earlier, Yi Futian had claimed that he would know the answer at night. Now, Yi Futian was at the West Court. What did that mean? Long Yen was confused when he saw Yi Futian. When he went to the celestial pavilion earlier, Yi Futian had claimed that he would know the answer at night. Now, Yi Futian was at the West Court. What did that mean? Yi Futian walked up and said to the beauty beside Long Linger, greetings, madam. Madam Long nodded slightly. She naturally followed the news about her daughter. Seeing Yi Futian in person, she saw that he was handsome and even more extraordinary than Long Mu. Gu Yinshi studied Yi Futian too. She was curious about the person Long Linger would call so sweetly. Feel at home. Sit. Madam Long smiled and nodded. Her voice was soft as a spring breeze. Thank you, madam. Yi Futian nodded. Yang Xing led Yi Futian to a seat on the side. Long Linger's eyes moved, staying with Yi Futian. She blinked cutely too and Yi Futian shot her a look. If he knew it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. This girl was too tricky. I've heard of how you took care of Linger these days. You've worked hard. Madam Long smiled at Yi Futian. Seeing her attitude, he understood that it wasn't the Dragon Clan who wanted to take the Celestial Pavilion back. It was just Long Yen or a portion of the people. Otherwise, the Madam of the Dragon Clan wouldn't need to be so fake with him. You're welcome. Linger is so smart. She doesn't need my help. I was just playing with her these days. I hope you won't be angry, Yi Futian said modestly. The girl is stubborn. She must have caused trouble, Madam Long said, smiling. She obviously knew her daughter's personality. Mother, I'm very obedient, Long Linger whined. Yes, you're obedient. Madam Long rolled her eyes and said to everyone, don't just chat. Try the food tonight. Everyone nodded and started enjoying the feast. While drinking, someone raised a glass to Yi Futian. I want to toast you, sir. Cheers. Cheers. Yi Futian also raised his glass and drank in one shot. The other did the same and tipped the glass to show it. Putting it down, he said, I heard that you are skilled with the Guqin and Linger had praised you. You must be well learned in it. No, I only know the basics, Yi Futian replied. You're too modest. If you only know the basics, Linger wouldn't gift you the Celestial Pavilion, the man said conversationally. Many people put down their glasses and looked at Yi Futian. Just as how Long Mu had told Long Linger, the girl had given the pavilion to a stranger so casually. It wasn't much to the Dragon Clan, but it was very precious to a younger member of the clan. Only the top figures could have cultivation resource like that. After all, the Dragon Clan had a massive family industry. Most of the resources were for the seniors and geniuses. The younger ones couldn't get much. But then Long Linger randomly gave a study attendant an entire pavilion. The Dragon Clan members had to wonder about it. Long Linger glanced at the speaker. She was young, but she could tell something was wrong too. However, she couldn't pinpoint why. I'm curious too. If Linger can be so impressed, you must be very talented. Since today happens to be Linger's birthday, how about you play something as a gift? Long Yen said, smiling. Great idea. Many disciples agreed. Brother Futian, don't listen to them. Long Linger glared at them. It's all right. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Since it's Linger's birthday, I can play something. In that case, please. The people of the Dragon Clan smiled. Yi Futian stood up. Madame Long and Long Mu watched quietly. They were quite curious about Yi Futian's skill too. Yi Futian walked to the center. The gem on his ring shone and a guqin appeared. Seeing this, many youths narrowed their eyes. How did he have something so precious as a storage ring? Did this bastard use up his fortune from the Celestial Pavilion already? Someone as young as Yi Futian couldn't have something so precious. A storage ring wasn't that useful, but it was extremely hard to make. It required special material so only people in the Sage Plane or the extremely wealthy could possess it. Earlier, they'd thought that Yi Futian's ring was only a regular accessory. They didn't think of storage rings. After all, rings were common while storage rings were rare. Long Linger gazed at Yi Futian in anticipation. Brother Futian's music was amazing. When Yi Futian started playing, his entire image changed. He closed his eyes, sensing the current atmosphere. Then his fingers touched the strings and the music notes started pulsing. The song was light, gentle, joyous, and graceful. Everyone sensed the song's artistic conception. They seemed to see a girl grow up without worry. She was innocent and pure, she was as energetic as an elf and could always bring happiness to others. Then she grew up and learned to worry. The music gradually grew heavier and sad. The depressing music made people feel like their hearts were crushed by a stone. They were deeply hurt. For some reason, Long Linger saw herself when she heard this song. She thought of many past things, such as the times when she was still innocent and carefree. As the music changed, she thought of her uncle and tears appeared at the corner of her eyes. Her heart hurt. Madame Long was shocked. Even with her cultivation level, she was still brought into the song's artistic conception. She gazed at Long Linger and saw the tears. The music slowed and the sadness faded. The girl gradually grew up and became stronger and more reliable. She faced the world and accepted everything. The listeners felt sunlight shining from the dark clouds. It fell on their faces and their hearts. It was very, very warm. Long Linger's tears disappeared. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the artistic conception. The music gradually grew lighter. The dancing music notes seemed to be describing the scene before them. Long Linger opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian. She could tell what Yi Futian wanted to express from the music. The feeling was great. She would become strong and move on from the problems. Finally, the music stopped. Yi Futian sat quietly. Madame Long was impressed, the music had touched her. The song wasn't very high level, but just the artistic conception was a masterpiece. Plus, since it fit the environment so well, Yi Futian must have composed it himself. Gu Yanxi was also impressed. His skill was just as Long Linger had said. See, I didn't lie. Brother Futian's music is really touching, Long Linger said, smiling a bit proudly. Yi Futian put his guqin away and returned to his seat. Incredible, the youth from earlier said, clapping. Everyone has different skills in musical sorcery.
I didn't think I would see such witchcraft today in a song to affect others with its artistic conception. Linger is young. No wonder she was affected. Long Huan, What are you saying? Long Linger glared furiously at the youth. Linger, you're still too young to understand people. This song is just a small trick. It's not worthy to be respected. Madame Long looked at Long Huan. She wasn't surprised at his attitude. After her brother had died, the dragon clan had become messy. If not for her husband's iron grip, the clan would probably still be in a mess. But even now, some of the older members still wanted control of the family, despite their respectful appearance. Long Huan was the descendant of an elder. He was obviously upset that Linger had given the celestial pavilion to an outsider. Not accusing Linger publicly was already due to her and her husband's authority. Yi Futian naturally became their scapegoat. Yes. Long Huan is a dragon master and is skilled with the Guqin. He naturally knows about these things. Linger, don't be fooled by lowly people, Long Yan added. Others whispered amongst themselves. Enough, Madame Long said. Don't forget why you're here. With that, the entire banquet quieted down. Long Huan smiled. Madam, don't be angry. Today is Linger's birthday. I won't mention it again. Madame Long still had authority. Mother. Long Linger looked pitifully at her mother. Linger. Madame Long patted her head and didn't say anything else. Long Mu shot her a glance. This girl was still ignorant, so he didn't find it strange. Gu Yunqi gazed at Yi Futian. This scene must be incredibly insulting to him. But then Yi Futian smiled and said, Linger. Brother Futian. Long Linger looked guilty. It had been wrong to have him come. Silly girl. Yi Futian chuckled when he saw the guilt. The girl was stubborn, but she was still innocent. Yi Futian stood up and took out a badge. Going to Long Linger, he said, take the Celestial Pavilion's badge. Everyone was shocked at this. Brother Futian, Long Linger said, standing up. I promise to give it to you. Don't listen to them. Someone came and asked me for it today too, so I just came to give it back. I may be a bit poor, but I'm not that lowly. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. Then he turned around and gazed at Long Huan. He smiled brilliantly. I am untalented and not skilled in musical sorcery, but I don't wish to be humiliated like this. Please give me some advice.
Chapter 443. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone looked at him. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone looked at him. Long Huan froze and then laughed. Many people from the dragon clan laughed. Yi Futian wanted to challenge Long Huan over musical sorcery. Perhaps he didn't know what a dragon master was. Brother Futian. Linger was worried too. Yi Futian was very talented, but she knew how powerful her family's dragon masters were. Long Huan was a dragon master. Long Mu just glanced at Yi Futian. Why was he like this? If he was humiliated by Long Huan later, Linger would be sad. Long Huan swirled his glass of wine and smirked. A study attendant wanted to challenge him? He really didn't know his place. Madam, today is Linger's birthday, Long Huan said. There shouldn't be any fights, but a musical challenge is elegant too. Since he wishes it, I will fulfill his wish. It can help celebrate Linger's birthday and show everyone whether his music is witchcraft or not. He smiled and drank all his wine. Then he walked out of the crowd towards Yi Futian. I will advise you well. Long Huan smiled at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian wanted advice, he wouldn't hold back. Madame Long waved her hand. Instantly, everyone rose and retreated to the back. They emptied the space for them. Clearly, Madame Long agreed to this challenge. Since both parties were willing, she didn't have to stop it. No matter who won, it was okay. If Yi Futian won, it meant Linger was right. If he lost, it meant he didn't deserve the Celestial Pavilion. Of course, Yi Futian would most likely lose. After all, Long Huan was a dragon master from the Dragon Clan. Yi Futian and Long Huan sat before each other, Gyukin's appearing. Yi Futian looked down at his instrument while Long Huan looked at Yi Futian, eyes filled with scorn. "Please," Yi Futian uttered. Long Huan didn't hold back and thrummed the instrument strings. The moment the music sounded, everyone felt a force. It was like a dragon's roar. Yi Futian lowered his head and laughed. He thought back to what had happened recently. It was the artistic conception in the song. His fingers moved past the strings. When the music sounded, the notes seemed to have some special power, dragging people into his artistic conception instantly. Sitting beside Madame Long, Gu Yunxi's chopsticks had fallen. She stared at Yi Futian in shock. This song. Madame Long looked at her, confused as to why she would lose her cool. Madame Long looked back over. Just as she'd expected, Long Huan's music was powerful while Yi Futian's was gentle. It seemed to be what Long Huan had said. Yi Futian's music was just for comforting little girls. The artistic conception was strong, but there was no power. Gu Yunxi didn't think so though because she'd heard the entire piece. The artistic conception was describing the changes in someone's heart. The beginning was calm, but she knew how scary the second half was. Long Yen also had a strange expression. How? He'd heard this song earlier at the workshop and had wanted to buy it. Many people praised it. Gu Yunxi should be the one who'd bought it, so how come Yi Futian could play it? The others didn't know what they were thinking. The Dragon Clan continued watching it calmly. To them, there was no suspense in this fight. As expected, as they played, wind howled around Long Huan. The flowing air turned into a dragon. It roared and streaked towards Yi Futian. However, there seemed to be a musical windstorm around Yi Futian. Occasionally, lightning flashed. It blocked the others' music. Behind Long Huan, a true dragon was born. Horrible air current streamed. The dragon twisted and turned, flying towards Yi Futian. Gu Yunxi was shocked. The dragon landed above Yi Futian. Horrible air currents flowed as if many dragons were looking down at Yi Futian. Long Huan's music melded into it. Then the dragon opened its mouth and released a world-shaking roar. It went to devour Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't seem to see it. His fingers sped up. The calm and quiet music instantly turned chaotic. It seemed to sublimate in an instant. Lightning cracked and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, entangling with the dragon's shadows. There was instantly a terrifying image. The dragon danced with the lightning. It was beautiful. What? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. His hands moved extremely quickly and the instrument strings quivered. Music notes pulsed wildly. The music was nothing like the peaceful song before. It went forward without stopping and broke through the heavens. At this time, all the thunder's spiritual chi in the world seemed to be controlled. It flowed through and shone around Yi Futian. His white robes fluttered in the wind. The gentle youth seemed to have changed, shining with sharp brilliance. Everyone at the banquet was shaken. They stared at Yi Futian with sharp eyes. Shock also flashed past Madame Long's eyes. The artistic conception had changed, becoming a wild and aggressive storm. It was still getting stronger. She could sense that all thunder's spiritual chi was controlled by the music. Crack! Bolts of lightning arrived. Endless lightning flashed. Long Huan felt his mind get attacked continuously. In his mind, there was a horrible storm destroying everything. His expression grew serious. He didn't relax anymore and played furiously. However, there seemed to be an endless chain of lightning. It wrapped down on the dragons and tore them apart. Then they snaked towards his body. Behind Long Huan, there was a powerful roar. A dragon spirit appeared, shaking the world. But the moment it appeared, endless lightning wrapped around it to kill it. Yi Futian's music was still getting stronger. It was unstoppable in its power. The shocking power destroyed the space and shrouded Long Huan. There was a huge boom. The thunder fell and shattered Long Huan's guqin. Dust flew and the music stopped. Yi Futian's music continued. Lightning flashed before him, staring like cold snakes. He seemed to be showing off. Long Huan's expression looked dead. He was so humiliated. It may be just a small trick, but I can use it against someone who doesn't understand music, Yi Futian said coolly. His music slowed and then stopped. The banquet was silent. Long Huan himself had said Yi Futian's music was a small trick and that he would advise Yi Futian. But how did he do it? The Dragon Master had been mocked for not understanding music. It was so insulting. Yi Futian didn't hurt him, but that one sentence could pierce Long Huan's heart. How do you know this song? Long Yan asked Yi Futian. Could he have been the man? Long Yan, what's going on? Someone asked. Long Yan knew this song. I went to the music workshop to choose a song for Linger and someone was auctioning this song. Many people praised it, but Miss Yunxi must have bought it in the end. Many people looked to Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi was shocked. She looked to Madame Long. It is indeed the song I gifted Linger. Madame Long opened the music score and was also shocked. Gu Yunxi had praised this song and bought it. Today, Yi Futian had played it. So how did he get such a powerful thing? The Dragon Clan wanted to support Long Huan. Yi Futian scoffed. How did you learn it? Madame Long asked. Who wrote it? This was my improvisation. I wrote it, Yi Futian said. Everyone was shocked. Yi Futian wrote this? Even Gu Yunxi couldn't believe it. She'd guessed that Yi Futian was the one who had played the piece at the workshop, but she couldn't believe that he wrote it. You may have won against me, but you can't be so arrogant. Madam, he plagiarized someone else's music. He must be a lowly person, Long Huan said coldly. Don't let Linger interact with him anymore. He could regain his ego this way. What a joke. Yi Futian scoffed when Madame Long looked at him. In that case, listen to this. As he spoke, he thrummed the instrument strings. That moment, the song entered the climax. It seemed to contain a furious fire that passed through the sky and slammed against Long Huan. Long Huan's head shook. Yi Futian continued playing furiously without any order. He was just venting his anger, but it became such a wild melody. Long Huan stumbled back, face white. If that's not enough, let's change the song, Yi Futian said. The music changed. Dragons roared in the sky. It was similar to what Long Huan had played. A dragon whistled and shot forward with angry fire. Gu Yunxi stood up. She stared at the handsome figure. At that moment, Yi Futian was unparalleled. How is this possible? Long Huan stared at him in shock. Did you write these too? You're just a frog in the well, Yi Futian mocked. His white clothing fluttered. Right now, he seemed to be venting all the anger he'd repressed these days. Then let me teach you martial arts. Long Huan roared. His dragons roared too. He flew like a dragon towards Yi Futian. Light flashed. Yi Futian put his guqin away. He was bathed in the light of thunder. Horrible lightning killed towards Long Huan, piercing his mind. Then Yi Futian raised his hand. Dragons roared, shattering the world. Yi Futian's arm was like a dragon that destroyed everything directly. Then a dragon's claw came down on Long Huan and grabbed him. Do you even qualify for martial arts? Yi Futian slammed Long Huan onto the ground. The ground shook, along with everyone's hearts. The scene before them was too shocking. Could this really be a study attendant? Do you even qualify for martial arts? Chapter 444, Long Huan's body slammed onto the ground, shaking. He wasn't hurt. Yi Futian couldn't hurt him much in the Dragon Clan. But if he could choose, he wished that today wouldn't happen. Long Huan's body slammed onto the ground, shaking. He wasn't hurt. Yi Futian couldn't hurt him much in the Dragon Clan. But if he could choose, he wished that today wouldn't happen. He'd completely humiliated himself today. He'd mocked Yi Futian's music as little tricks and wanted to advise Yi Futian. But he ended up being destroyed. Yi Futian played carelessly but defeated him. He wanted to compete in martial arts, but it was even worse. He couldn't even take a hit. Do you even qualify for martial arts? Those words slapped him strongly. He was a dragon master from the dragon clan, but he'd embarrassed himself so much before a study attendant. He had lost all face. Everyone at the banquet stared at them. Their hearts pounded wildly. Study attendant? Little tricks? Who now still doubted whether Yi Futian had helped Long Linger? Even Long Linger herself couldn't believe this. She'd only listened to Yi Futian play a few songs and he'd taught her the Dragon Master music. She didn't think Yi Futian would be so powerful. Brother Futian, Long Linger called softly. She felt guilty. Yi Futian was so extraordinary, but she'd made him into a study attendant and had him get humiliated at the Dragon Clan. She felt bad because this was all due to her stubbornness. Right now, Yi Futian turned towards Madame Long and bowed slightly. Madam, today I only came to return the Celestial Pavilion's badge and stayed because it was Linger's birthday. I didn't want to be humiliated, so I had to prove myself. I'm sorry if I caused any disturbances. No, I'm not strict enough with my juniors. It isn't your fault. Madame Long looked at the handsome youth before him. She couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Futian's words. Long Huan had asked for this beating and it was good to teach him a lesson. Thank you for your understanding, Yi Futian said, bowing. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. He continued. I'm going now. I'll move out of the Celestial Pavilion and we'll see each other if fate allows it. This has nothing to do with you. Don't be sad. Yi Futian smiled at her. Hearing that he was going to move out and thinking of how people told him before to leave, Long Linger felt that Yi Futian had been wronged. Her eyes reddened and said to the crowd, since you didn't come genuinely anyway, let's just stop this birthday celebrating. You don't have to pretend anymore. Just go. With that, she walked out and jogged to Yi Futian. Grabbing his arm, she asked, Brother Futian, you won't stay with me anymore? Yi Futian looked at her teary eyes and felt a headache. He knew this girl was a good actress, but he really couldn't stand the puppy eyes. The Dragon Clan were shocked too. The princess relationship with Yi Futian was better than they'd thought. Yi Futian looked over at Madame Long. She just smiled and nodded, so Yi Futian also smiled wryly. He just beat someone from the Dragon Clan. Was this okay? I'll spend some more time with you. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. Yay! Long Linger's eyes brightened immediately. She looked up at Yi Futian and giggled. She was very silly and naive. She took Yi Futian away, ignoring the Dragon Clan. Madame Long looked at everyone and asked quietly, Are you satisfied now? Everyone looked down. With Madame Long's intelligence, she obviously knew what they were thinking. They'd wanted to make a scene over this, but sadly, Long Huan had lost too badly. It was too humiliating. If your attitude is still like this, there's no need to waste time for another visit. Go back now. Act as if nothing has happened. You cannot mention it or cause trouble for him, Madame Long said. Long Huan was already up. Madame Long said they couldn't mention it, but many people in the Dragon Clan would still know. He was still embarrassed. Everyone rose, bowed, and retreated. The crowd quickly dispersed. Madame Long glanced at Long Linger and shook her head, smiling wryly. Oh, that girl. Long Mu, spend more time with Yunshi. You young people should talk well. Okay. Long Mu nodded. I'll go check Mr. Feng. Madame Long left with a smile, clearly giving Long Mu a chance with Gu Yunshi. They obviously could tell too. Gu Yunshi smiled and asked, What do you think about him? Clearly, she was asking about Yi Futian. You're skilled in music. The artistic conception is nice. I'm sure he's quite talented. As for martial arts, it's hard to tell from that simple exchange. Long Huan is good, but he's not the best in the Dragon Clan. But if he can defeat Long Huan, he must be quite good too, Long Mu said. Yes. Gu Yinshi nodded. She thought back to Yi Futian's brilliance while he played. He'd performed 3 songs. Did he really write those brilliant songs? Long Linger dragged Yi Futian back to her room, but Yi Futian asked, Linger, who was the woman beside your mother? Long Linger froze and then glared at Yi Futian. You think Sister Yinshi is pretty, don't you? Do you like her now? Where do you get those ideas? Yi Futian knocked against her head. Didn't she say that she would give you a song? That was the song I sold, so I'm curious. Oh, then that's coincidental. But it's bad that there's such a beauty before you, but you think of someone else. Long Linger's fierce expression was quite cute. Yi Futian was speechless. Yes, she's a beauty, but it'll be a few years for you, Yi Futian said, smiling. I knew you don't have good ideas. Sister Yunshi is the daughter of the Gu clan and a famous beauty. She's cultivating at the Starry School and likes the Guqin. When my uncle was alive, the 2 families wanted her and my brother to get married. But we don't talk about it anymore. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Do you really have thoughts? The girl asked cautiously. How come you're so gossipy? Yi Futian was speechless. I'm jealous. The girl pouted. The piece she gave me is better than your gift. Yi Futian stared at Long Linger. She bought that. Does it count? Her logic. I don't care. You have to give me something better, the girl said, clutching Yi Futian's elbow. Yi Futian wanted to hit his head. His head hurt. He shouldn't have stayed. Or at least give me something similar. Long Linger shook his elbow. Brother Futian, you can't give up your sister for a beauty. Brother Futian, can you be a brother? You have to keep visiting me after leaving. Now, Yi Futian realized what the girl was doing. She was scared that he would leave forever, so she tried to keep him here. Seeing Long Linger look at him with beautiful and innocent eyes, Yi Futian softened. Okay, I'll give you a song, but don't tell anyone other than your parents that it's from me. Okay. Long Linger nodded. Yi Futian's ring flashed and a copied score appeared in Yi Futian's hands. He handed it to Long Linger. Learn it well and comprehend as much as you can. Don't force it. Okay. Long Linger clutched the score and giggled. Looking at Yi Futian, she said, I know that you're the best. You suck too, Yi Futian mumbled. He lost to a little girl. Who else? Long Linger asked playfully. Your aunt, Yi Futian said. Auntie must be pretty, Long Linger said. Of course. She's the prettiest girl in the world. She's my wife, after all, Yi Futian said proudly. Long Linger giggled. Brother Futian, you're so self-conceited. It's called confidence. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. All right. I gave you the present and now I'm going back. Go spend time with your mom. Then, this. Linger held the Celestial Pavilion's badge. Put it away. Yi Futian smiled and turned to leave. Long Linger looked at his back, not wanting him to leave. Brother Futian, I'm going to look for you tomorrow. You're so annoying, Yi Futian muttered. I'll annoy you to death. Long Linger smiled brightly. Not long after Yi Futian left, a woman stopped him and bowed. Mr. Yi. Who are you? Yi Futian asked. My lady said that your music is worth more than what you've received. She has a private courtyard in the Divine Sky City and wishes to give it to you, the woman said. She looked somewhere and Yi Futian followed her eyes. He saw a beautiful woman standing there. She smiled and nodded. Afraid I have nowhere to live? Yi Futian thought. Then he smiled and shook his head, thank your lady for me. However, the music is worth more than this, but those who truly understand its value will treasure it more. With that, Yi Futian walked away. He didn't accept the gift. After Yi Futian left, Long Linger took out the music. She discovered that the piece was very difficult. She couldn't play it even after many tries. Seeing her immersed in it, Madame Long didn't disturb her. She just watched quietly. Mr. Feng stood beside her. "What piece is that?" Madame Long asked. "It seems very hard. She's tried so many times. Is she bad at comprehending it?" "I don't know. Linger isn't bad at comprehending." The elder shook his head and listened quietly. As Long Linger practiced more, she could play one part haltingly. The elder's expression grew serious. "What's wrong?" Madame Long asked after seeing his serious expression. "Listen closely." The elder closed his eyes. Long Linger kept trying with a serene smile. She was immersed in it. But then, the elder flashed and appeared before Long Linger. Madame Long followed with a shocked expression. Long Linger looked up and said in confusion, "Grandpa Feng, Mother." "Linger, what song is this?" the elder asked. "I don't know." Long Linger shook her head. "Can I see it?" the elder asked. Long Linger hesitated. "Linger," Madame Long called. What was wrong with her? "Grandpa Feng, you have to give it back," Long Linger said. The elder nodded and took the music score. His expression grew even more serious and he even shook uncontrollably. "Mr. Feng." Madame Long was a bit shocked. "Is the song very special?" "Madam." The elder put down the score and looked at her. "If I'm not wrong, this should be one of the top 10 songs of the Divine Prefecture, Yukio." Chapter 445, On the last night of the 10,004th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a crescent hung high in the sky. On the last night of the 10,004th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a crescent hung high in the sky. In the Zhongzhou city region of the Barren State, there was a group of extremely luxurious, palace-like buildings. At the top of a building, there was a richly decorated house. At the moment, there were two very beautiful figures standing on the house, staring at the dazzling scene before them. In the distance, fireworks bloomed brilliantly in the sky. However, the two still seemed to be somewhat lonely, even though the place they were at looked fantastic. This was the Zhuge family, a top clan in the Barren State. "Do you miss him?" one of the ladies suddenly asked as she smiled and looked at the younger, fairy-like lady beside her. At the moment, the fairy-like lady was looking up at the lonely moon. "Yup." Hua Jieyu nodded gently and grinned brightly. "He must also be looking at the moon and thinking of me now. Does he dare not to?" Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, "Now he should be in the Barren State as well. I wonder which small city he is in. He should have already gotten a map of the Barren State and know where the Zhuge family is at." "Sister, how long do you think he would need to come here?" Hua Jieyu asked softly. "I guess he will come once he reaches the noble plain. With such a pretty girlfriend outside, how could he not be anxious?" Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "With you taking care of me, why should he be worried?" Hua Jieyu stared at Zhuge Mingyue and her clear eyes were filled with gratefulness. "Sister, thank you. You don't have to thank me. I will wait for him to return my favor to you," Zhuge Mingyue remarked jokingly. "He promised me that in the future he will protect me. By that time, remember to remind him about it." "No problem. I will do so with him." Hua Jieyu grinned brightly. In this year, the sister had done so many things for her that she could hardly pay it back. In particular, not long ago, the sister had offered a fate-changing opportunity to her. "I know that you love him." Zhuge Mingyue smiled. "Sister, Jieyu, we should go. They are urging us." Suddenly, a pure and charming figure walked over. It was Beitang Xinger, the sixth disciple of the cottage. "All right," Zhuge Mingyue nodded, after which she and Hua Jieyu turned around and walked down from the house. The three people walked together in the Zhuge family. On their way, many people looked at them. Some seemed to be envious while others were filled with admiration, especially when they saw the fairy-like lady under the moonlight. Her name was Hua Jieyu and she had returned with Zhuge Mingyue. She had an exquisite look and moreover was so young, attracting the attention of countless people in the Zhuge family. However, Zhuge Mingyue had been protecting her closely and so nobody dared to touch her. Nobody knew why Zhuge Mingyue was so good to her. Not long ago, Zhuge Mingyue even gave the life-changing opportunity to evolve her talents to Hua Jieyu. That day, everyone in the Zhuge family paid much attention to Zhuge Mingyue, but the person who walked out was Hua Jieyu. Nobody would forget the scene. The fairy-like lady appeared with a seven-colored halo around her body as if she was a goddess from heaven. The talents of Hua Jieyu, who already had all the elements, were evolved further and she became a super-rare ultimate sorcerer, a divine spiritual sorcerer. That day, many people thought that the leader of the family would be furious, but because of the birth of a divine spiritual sorcerer, the leader did not blame Zhuge Mingyue. Instead, he only heaved a sigh, not knowing why his daughter would choose this. The eastern region of the barren state, Divine Sky City, Celestial Pavilion. The place was filled with a melodious music which displayed how much the musician missed someone. Moonlight poured down onto a handsome face, and the courtyard seemed to be extremely peaceful. After a long while, the music slowly stopped. Yi Futian moved his finger from the strings and lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky. In the Zhuge family, is Jieyu also looking at the moon just like me? Is she doing well? The second sister will definitely not let her be mistreated. Thinking of the second sister, Yi Futian smiled. He was not used to not having the second sister beside him. He really enjoyed the times when he was protected by her. Now, the second sister must also be protecting Jieyu just like how she had protected him. Not far away from Yi Futian, a single-armed figure was sitting down quietly. He was similarly looking up at the crescent. The moon delivers love thousands of miles away. Clearly, Yi Wuchen was also thinking of someone. You're thinking about Qinyu, Yi Futian said softly. I left her behind and came to the barren state. It has been such a long while. She must be hating me so much, Yi Wuchen said softly. Then you should focus on cultivation and go back next time to marry her, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen did not speak and only sat there in silence. Yi Futian smiled and continued playing the guqin. The melodious music passed with time, and the 10,004th year of the divine prefecture calendar finally passed. The next morning, the courtyard was extremely quiet. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. A bright smile then appeared on his face. It was another new start. On the previous night, his spiritual energy broke through and his sorcery entered the middle arcana plane. The effect of the dragon grass last time was still present, thereby allowing him to break through again in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he felt that after the medicated baths over these few days, his physical strength was also about to break through soon. Yusheng walked over and asked Yi Futian, "Do we leave today?" "Yup," Yi Futian nodded. "Where have you been last night? Why didn't I see you?" "After the medicated bath, I have been cultivating. My martial arts level has increased," Yusheng answered. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned, after which he smiled brightly. His spiritual energy had broken through, while Yusheng did so for his martial arts. It seemed that they were both not far away from the complete middle arcana plane. Suddenly, Shenyu walked in from the outside hurriedly. Noticing her expression, Yi Futian asked, "What happened?" "Miss Long is here." A strange look appeared in Shenyu's eyes because it was not just Long Linger who was here. Linger? A weird expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Did she really come here? "Brother Futian." Yi Futian heard a voice from the distance, after which he saw an elf-like figure walking towards him. Behind her, there was another person, a very beautiful lady. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Standing up, he greeted, "Madam. Please don't be so polite." "I just wanted to chat with you," Madame Long said, smiling. Sure, Yi Futian nodded and signaled to Xinyu. Xinyu understood his intent and bowed, after which she left. At the moment, she could not remain calm. The female leader of West Mountain Dragon Clan actually came to visit Yi Futian herself. Madame Long glanced at the other few people and Yi Futian said, "They're all very close to me." "Madam, you can say it directly. You are from the Eastern Barren Territory, right?" Madame Long stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Madame Long, after which he smiled and nodded. "It seems like you have also heard about what happened in the Eastern Barren Territory." When he gave Linger the music score, he was already expecting this to happen, but it was much quicker than he thought. The Yukio was not a secret and it was easy to find out that he was the person who had obtained it. However, he had told Linger that she could only tell her parents about it. During the banquet on the previous night, Yi Futian had a good impression of Madame Long. Although he could be exposed, there was no resentment or conflict of interest between the Dragon Clan and him. Therefore, the leader of the Dragon Clan would almost certainly not sell him out. After all, he was but an unimportant figure and the Dragon Clan had no reasons to betray him. Hence, it should not cause any problems. "Yes, I have heard about it before," Madame Long nodded. Then, she took out a badge and added, "You should continue to take Celestial Pavilion. Since Linger has given this to you, it's inappropriate for me to take it back. In the future, nobody in the Dragon Clan will say anything about it." Yi Futian stared at Madame Long. Obviously, he knew that it was completely different to receive the badge from Madame Long as compared to Long Linger. After all, Long Linger was still young and did not have much right to speak in the family. Thus the disciples of Dragon Clan dared to call him into question. However, it would be totally different if Madame Long gave him Celestial Pavilion. If he was a person whom the Madame regarded highly of, nobody would dare to say a thing. Madame Long smiled and continued, "You have all come from thousands of miles away. Even though you are all talented, your cultivation will still be delayed by the lack of resources. Do you plan to keep selling music scores in the future? Furthermore, if you run into any trouble in the future, being the owner of Celestial Pavilion will help you at least partially. If you still reject this, I would have come here for nothing." Yi Futian knew that Madame Long was saying the truth. Dragon Clan had bought Celestial Pavilion and Madame Long gave it to him. Being the owner of Celestial Pavilion would, therefore, mean that he had Dragon Clan behind his back. This would clearly cause the rest to be somewhat scared of him. "This being the case, I'll thank you for the gift, Madame." Since Madame Long had already said so, Yi Futian could not reject the offer. Thus he could only take the badge which he had returned again. Seeing the scene, Long Linger smiled happily. "I'll take my leave first," Madame Long said, smiling. Both of them did not mention about the Yukio, as if they had had an unspoken agreement. "Brother Futian, the exams of the top 3 schools are approaching. I have to cultivate hard for a while. By that time, you must come and cheer for me," Long Linger said to Yi Futian. "Absolutely." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Madame Long brought Long Linger and left. Yi Futian looked at the badge in his hand and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Does this mean that we no longer have to leave?" Yu Xing muttered. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. He also did not expect Madame Long to deliver the badge here herself. The 10,005th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was a new starting point for many. Over these days, Yi Futian and his friends had been cultivating quietly in Celestial Pavilion and growing stronger by the day, until Yi Futian and Yu Xing completely entered the middle Arcana Plane, while Yi Wuchen entered the 5th level of the Arcana Plane. The three had all become stronger and were heading towards the Noble Plane. Divine Sky City was slowly becoming livelier. The exams of the top 3 schools were approaching and there were more and more outsiders in the city. Many people crossed over vast distances to come to Divine Sky City just so that they would not miss the exams this year. At the moment, a group of people arrived outside Starry School in Divine Sky City. Among them, there was a beautiful lady. She looked at the majestic college before her which she longed to join. Not far away, a pretty figure approached her and shouted, "Euro! Sister! Wang Yuro shouted, smiling. She had also come to Divine Sky City. Chapter 446, Celestial Pavilion, Fairy Pool. Celestial Pavilion, Fairy Pool. Today, Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing came to this place again, along with Wang Yuqing's sister, Wang Yuro. Yuro, the entrance examination of Starry School will be held tomorrow. Today you should relax and try out the delicacies here, Jiang Nan said gentlemanly, smiling. Today he would be treating Wang Yuro to welcome her after her tiring journey and to wish her success in the upcoming examination. Wang Yuro was going to take part in the assessment of Starry School. Jiang Nan, we don't have to come here, Wang Yuqing said. It was too luxurious for them to come to Celestial Pavilion. Yuro, didn't you ask where Yi Futian is? Last time, we met him precisely here, Jiang Nan said. Wang Yuro frowned gently. She did not really like Jiang Nan as he always had an arrogant attitude. Although he was chasing her sister, he always liked to display his superiority. In addition, after she asked for Yi Futian's whereabouts, Jiang Nan had always been indirectly satirizing Yi Futian, as if he was trying to display how outstanding he was and to belittle Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian may not be as bright as the geniuses from the top 3 schools, he had had some relationship with Wang family after all. Before they left, Wang Yuro's grandfather also asked her sister to take care of him. However, after they arrived here, they departed, and it seemed like their relationship was not very good. Did he come here to eat as well? Wang Yuro asked. Eat? Jiang Nan said, smiling. That friend of yours is quite skilled. In some way, he managed to have some relationship with West Mountain Dragon Clan and become the servant of the Lady of Dragon Clan. He was following behind her that day. Wang Yuro frowned, after which she said, it's impossible. According to her understanding of Yi Futian, he was a very proud person and would never become someone's servant. She had had some contact with Yi Futian and clearly knew what kind of person he was. Ask your sister then, Jiang Nan said, smiling. Wang Yuro looked at her sister who nodded gentle, Yuro, don't view a person with a fixed mindset. Divine Sky City is different from Wang family. Sister, Grandpa asked you to take care of him. How did it end up like this? Wang Yuro said, unhappy. I would have tried to take care of him if he could enter Starry School. However, since he has chosen a path of self-degradation, what can I do? Wang Yuqing replied. Let's not talk about him and start eating. Tomorrow, you need to work hard and try to enter Starry School. Wang Yuro did not say anything else but only sighed in her heart. If she could enter Starry School, how could Yi Futian not? The talents that Yi Futian had displayed that time were far better than hers. Suddenly, loud noises came from the fairy pool. Jiang Nan and the rest turned their heads around and saw a group of people walking towards their direction. The leader of the group was extremely charming and attractive. She's Gu Yinshi. A strange look appeared in Jiang Nan's eyes. Gu Yinshi was a famous beauty in Divine Sky City. She was cultivating in Starry School. In the college, countless geniuses tried to chase her. Today, she actually came to Celestial Pavilion. Wang Yuqing similarly stared at Gu Yinshi. Although she was also quite beautiful, when she saw Gu Yinshi she still felt somewhat embarrassed. A beauty like Gu Yinshi was destined to attract the attention of everyone in the world. An ordinary person would not even dare to think about chasing her. Gu Yinshi walked into an attic along the covered bridge. Many men were slightly disappointed as they could no longer see the exquisite face. However, they would still occasionally look in that direction, hoping to see her again. Some people also chatted about who would eventually be able to chase a lady like Gu Yinshi. Would it be Long Mu from West Mountain Dragon Clan? A few years ago when the father of Long Mu was still alive, it was said that the two families wanted to ally through marriage. Or would it be someone from Jin Clan? With Gu Yinshi's status and appearance, not many people in Divine Sky City could match her. Very soon, Yi Futian, who was cultivating quietly in a courtyard in Celestial Pavilion, also received the news. Over these days, he and his friends had all been cultivating and did not know about the happenings outside. In the courtyard, When Xinyu told Yi Futian that Gu Yunxi was here, a strange expression appeared on his face. Was this a coincidence? Yi Futian would clearly not forget about the beautiful lady who had bought his music score and wanted to give him a courtyard. Count her spending this time on me, Yi Futian said. You may leave now. Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Xinyu's expression turned even stranger. Why would Yi Futian treat Gu Yunxi? The maidservant of Gu Yunxi said that she wanted to see the owner of Celestial Pavilion, Xinyu said softly. She was wondering if Gu Yunxi and Yi Futian knew each other. She felt that Yi Futian was becoming more and more mysterious. He was first visited by the young lady of the Dragon Clan and then the female leader. Now, a top beauty from Gu Clan was also here. She realized that after she knew Yi Futian, she had already seen many important people. They were all the people whom she would ordinarily not even imagine meeting. However, when Yi Futian first came to Celestial Pavilion, it was obvious that he could not afford to stay here. Was it because he was too good-looking? Thinking about this, Xinyu glanced secretly at Yi Futian's handsome face. After all, the people who came to look for Yi Futian were all ladies. See me? A weird expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Why was Gu Yunxi looking for him? Alright, then I'll go and see her. Yi Futian stood up, after which he walked towards the fairy pool. When he came to the fairy pool and walked on the covered bridge, he heard someone shout, Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned around and saw Wang Yuro looking at him. He was somewhat surprised but also delighted. You also came to Divine Sky City, Yi Futian said, smiling. It seemed like Wang Yuro also did not want to keep staying in Yunhua City. After knowing her for a while, Yi Futian knew that Wang Yuro was indeed a person who was not willing to live an ordinary life. Yup. Tomorrow I will be going to Starry School to see if I can pass the assessment, Wang Yuro said. Good luck, Yi Futian nodded, grinning. I have something for now. I'll leave first. After that, he walked towards the attic along the covered bridge. Wang Yuqing did not look at Yi Futian at all and only gave a soft humph. On the other hand, Jiang Nan sneered and said, he came here so quickly. It seems like he also wants to get to know Gu Yunxi. He gave a mocking smile. Yi Futian did not even look at his own status and was actually dreaming about such things. However, he had to admire Yi Futian for his skills and thick-skinned nature. Whenever he met an important person, he would try to seek connections. He looks like he's doing well, unlike what you have said earlier, sister, Wang Yuro said. Perhaps the young lady of Dragon Clan asked him to come to Celestial Pavilion to do something for her, Jiang Nan said. Wang Yuro did not say anything. In any case, she would not believe in that. She would instead go and ask Yi Futian if she had the chance to. Yi Futian walked into the attic where he saw a beauty standing in front of the window and turning around to look at him. Mr. Yi, do you still remember me? Gu Yunxi said, smiling. Her voice was very gentle and soothing. Of course, Yi Futian said, smiling. With your beautiful look, I don't think I can forget about you so soon. Hearing Yi Futian's compliment, Gu Yunxi was somewhat embarrassed, which made her look even more attractive. I heard that you're looking for me. Yi Futian asked. Yes, Gu Yunxi nodded gently. I have already learned the piece Elegance. That day in West Court, I saw you create a new piece of music on the spot. Do you have any other scores? I will use something to exchange for them. I created Elegance only because of my mood that time. That day in West Court, I played the Guqin also because I was angry, but it was not a complete piece. At the moment, I do not have any new scores, unfortunately. Yi Futian shook his head. Writing a new piece of music was certainly not such an easy task. Of course, if it was just a random short piece, it would be much easier. In this case, if you manage to create one in the future, can you find me first? Gu Yunxi said. Ms. Gu, you're the person who bought the first piece of music that I have ever created. If I do manage to create any more in the future, you'll definitely take priority, Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Thank you. Mr. Yi, don't forget what you said today, Gu Yunxi said, smiling. Of course I will not. Yi Futian shook his head. Deal. Gu Yunxi smiled brightly and continued, tomorrow's Starry School will be admitting new disciples. Will you join the college to cultivate? Nope. Yi Futian shook his head gently. Gu Yunxi was somewhat surprised. Was Yi Futian actually not entering the top 3 schools? That's unfortunate. If you enter Starry School, the musical spell department will definitely have an unparalleled disciple, Gu Yunxi sighed. Yi Futian smiled and said, Ms. Gu, you're flattering me. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave first. With the lady of Gu clan in the attic, it would more or less have an undesirable impact if he was to stay here for too long. Alright. See you next time. Gu Yunxi nodded gently and did not ask Yi Futian to stay longer. See you. Yi Futian turned around and left. After he left, a strange expression appeared on the face of the maidservant behind Gu Yunxi. Miss, what's wrong with this guy? Why? Gu Yunxi asked softly. When the other geniuses are in front of you, they all want just to stay longer with you. Instead, he only wanted to leave. He also rejected your offer to give him a courtyard, the maidservant said, twitching her lips. She knew well about the attractiveness of Gu Yunxi. It was the first time she saw a person who wanted to leave himself. In the past, it was always Gu Yunxi who asked to leave first. A person who could create a piece like elegance is clearly different from the rest, Gu Yunxi said, smiling. The maidservant saw the smile on Gu Yunxi's face and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Gu Yunxi had never seemed so interested in a man before. Could it be that? But their backgrounds did not seem to match. Although Yi Futian was extremely good at music, he only owned Celestial Pavilion because of Dragon Clan. On the other hand, the people who wanted to chase Gu Yunxi all had stronger backgrounds. Yi Futian walked out of the attic. Jiang Nan, who had been paying attention to the situation, sneered in his heart. Indeed, Yi Futian came out this early. It was not so easy to seek connections with powerful people. Gu Yunxi was not someone that he could dream of getting close to. Yi Futian. Wang Yuro shouted, standing up. Yi Futian looked at her when she asked, will you go to the examination in Starry School tomorrow? No. Yi Futian shook his head. Why not? Wang Yuro asked curiously. It's good to cultivate in Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian smiled, he had his own plans. How unashamed. Wang Yuqing stared coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her and frowned. Then, Wang Yuro said, I think there is a misunderstanding between you and my sister. Why don't you explain it now? Explain? A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Am I even that close to her? Then, he smiled and added, I have something else. I'll leave first. After that, he turned around and really left. Chapter 447. After Yi Futian finishing speaking, he actually left directly, leaving the stunned Wang Yuro behind. She did not expect the relationship between Yi Futian and her sister to be so bad already. After Yi Futian finishing speaking, he actually left directly, leaving the stunned Wang Yuro behind. She did not expect the relationship between Yi Futian and her sister to be so bad already. That time when Wang Linfeng introduced Yi Futian to her, she already found out that Yi Futian was extremely proud from their conversation. Wang Yuro also saw her sister's attitude just now. Clearly, she had humiliated Yi Futian in the past. It seemed like her grandfather should not have asked her sister to bring Yi Futian here. At first, her grandfather just wanted them to become friends, but the exact opposite thing happened. This is absurd. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuqing's face darkened. We're indeed not very close to him in the first place. Yuqing, you shouldn't be angry with this kind of person, Jiang Nan said, smiling. If you miss the registration tomorrow, does it mean that you cannot enter Starry School? Wang Yuro asked. Of course. In the assessment tomorrow, the college will first examine if the talents of its applicants meet the requirement, which will form the first round of filtering. In this round, most people will be eliminated. If a person doesn't even register, he clearly cannot enter the top 3 schools, unless he's an extreme genius whom the college will admit as an exception, Wang Yuqing said. The next day would be the greatest event in Divine Sky City in the new year. The whole city would be paying attention to it and countless people would sign up for the assessment of the top 3 schools. Wang Yuro sighed. Was Yi Futian really not going to take part? She thought that Yi Futian wanted the map of the barren state and come to Divine Sky City in order to find a better place to cultivate. However, it seemed like he preferred freedom rather than being bound to a single place. Wang Yuro wondered if she could pass the first round the next day. All the talents in the eastern region of the barren state would be gathered together and even she who was a genius in Yunhua City would seem insignificant in the top 3 schools. Do you know him? Someone suddenly said in a gentle tone. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing turned their heads and saw a charming figure standing on the covered bridge. When Wang Yuqing raised her head and saw Gu Yunxi, she could not help but feel inferior. Why was Gu Yunxi asking about Yi Futian? Jiang Nan stared at the elegant lady and nodded, yes. He did not even dare to have any wild wishes about Gu Yunxi and could only look up to her. Since you know him, why are you defaming him behind his back? Gu Yunxi asked. She heard them discuss Yi Futian. A strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. It seemed like Yi Futian was really skilled. He had only entered the attic for such a short period of time and yet Gu Yunxi was already asking about him. Naturally, he would not have guessed that Yi Futian and Gu Yunxi already knew each other before this. After all, from his perspective, Yi Futian could clearly not be able to know Gu Yunxi given his status. The difference between their statuses is like an impassable gap. Ms. Gu, I must say that this person has a poor character. At first, he was cultivating in a small city and asked us to bring him to Divine Sky City. After he arrived here, instead of cultivating hard and trying to join the top 3 schools, he only wanted to seek connections with people in power. He always tries to take shortcuts, which is really contemptible, Jiang Nan said. Although he would never have a close relationship with Gu Yunxi, he still did not want her to doubt his character before him. Therefore, he belittled Yi Futian as such. Seek connections. Gu Yunxi thought about the music elegance. It was no wonder that he would play such a piece. His experience was described flawlessly by the music. In particular, on the last day of the last year in West Court, he vented all his emotions through music. Gu Yunxi smiled. If Yi Futian only wanted to seek connections, why would he keep his distance from her? He could have used this opportunity to get closer to her. I got it, Gu Yunxi said emotionlessly, after which she left the place. She suddenly understood why Yi Futian would leave just like this. He was in total disdain. Jiang Nan sat down only after he watched Gu Yunxi leave. He obviously did not understand why Gu Yunxi would say that she got it and only remarked, a person with such a poor character still wants to seek connections with the powerful, but he does not know that some things can never be hidden. The next morning, the entire Divine Sky City was buzzing with excitement. The top 3 schools would hold an assessment and recruit new disciples every year on this day. This year was no exception. This day, countless people in Divine Sky City rushed to the top 3 schools to register for the assessment. The first round was the most basic assessment, the examination of talents. The examiners in the college would look at the age, level, life spirit, and dharma of each applicant, as well as how well the sorcerers could control their spells, how strong the martial arts cultivators were, the sword techniques of the swordsman, and so on. They would look at many different general areas and decide if the applicant could enter the next round. This was also the cruelest round. Because there were too many applicants, most people would be eliminated in this round. Those who did not have outstanding talents would certainly not be able to pass the round. Only those who had extraordinary characteristics could enter the next round. On this day, many people would be overjoyed and many heartbroken. Many people who traveled thousands of miles from a small city far away to Divine Sky City might be eliminated after only a preliminary examination. Those who dared to sign up were certainly not too weak, but when compared to the entire eastern region they might seem just very ordinary. Of course, a group of extremely outstanding people would also appear on this day. The genius juniors of the top clans who had already become famous before the assessment all displayed astonishing talents. Some people had twin spirits while others had unique talents. For example, the dragon girl from the dragon clan had just passed her 14th birthday and she was already a Dharma Plane dragon master. Although she had just entered the Dharma Plane, it was still sufficient for people to exclaim about what a good start the descendants of top clans could get. Countless ordinary people would start too far behind to even catch up with them because they would receive the best resources from birth. When they just began to cultivate, they could already pass the basic levels one after another. Their foundations were very stable and they would not experience any obstacles at all. However, all the happenings seemed to be completely unrelated to Futian. He was still cultivating quietly in Celestial Pavilion, trying to enter the noble plane as early as he could. Only then would he be strong enough to roam the barren state. In the evening, Celestial Pavilion was particularly lively, perhaps even packed. The disciples of the major clans who had passed the first round all came here to celebrate. Long Linger was also here, but she did not go to the fairy pool. Instead, she came to Futian's courtyard to question him. Noticing the girl's fierce look, Futian laughed and said, "Who made my Linger angry? What do you think?" Long Linger stared angrily at Futian. "You agreed that you will go and cheer for me during the assessment. Why didn't I see you? Today the whole city is there. With so many people, can you even see me in the crowd?" Futian said. "Did you go?" Long Linger blinked. "See? You don't even know whether I went. So what difference would it make even if I went?" Futian said, smiling. "You're just being unreasonable." Long Linger complained. "I know that the first round of assessment will take 3 days and countless people will participate. It's meaningless for me to go and watch. After 3 days I'll be there to cheer for you," Futian said, smiling. "Really?" Long Linger stared at Futian in suspicion. "It's not a lie." "I never lie," Futian replied. "I'll trust you for once," Long Linger said doubtfully. Then, she smiled and walked up to hug Futian. "Brother Futian, come and eat with me." After that, she pulled Futian towards the outside. Futian was speechless but could not do anything about it. 3 days later, the area outside Starry School was packed with people. Countless people stared at the Holy Land of the Eastern region. Today, Starry School will officially start to decide those people who could become a disciple of the college. Outside the gates, there was a riot of voices as many people discussed the assessment of Starry School. The selection in the last 3 days was really cruel and so many people were eliminated. Some people were eliminated right after they said their age and level and did not even get a chance to display their skills. This is inevitable. Every year, countless people will sign up for the assessment. The examiners are clearly not so patient. If the age and level of an applicant do not meet the requirement, he will be eliminated. This time, who do you think will be the most popular newcomers? There are already 2 young people who have attracted much attention. You mean the Dragon Girl from West Mountain and Young Rock from Jean Clan? That's right. Both of them are so young but already so outstanding. The Dragon Girl from West Mountain is a Dragon Master, while the Young Rock is said to be the most talented junior in Jean Clan at the moment. They are both not even 15 yet. As the crowd chatted, people who had tokens in their hand stepped into Starry School one after another, walking towards the vast square in the college. There were already countless people. Those who passed the first round would obtain a token and they could enter the college directly for the second round. Only their family members and friends could enter and watch the battle, while the rest could only watch from outside the school. Suddenly, a dragon howl was heard. An ice dragon dived down from the sky and landed outside Starry School. Many people walked out of the way and looked at the girl before them. It was clearly Long Linger. However, when Long Linger reached the gates of Starry School, she stopped and turned around to look at the crowd, as if she was looking for someone. Suddenly, a group walked out of the crowd. It was Futian and his friends. Brother Futian, Long Linger shouted, smiling. Immediately, countless people looked at Yi Futian. Who was this guy? I have brought them here to watch the assessment. Yi Futian pointed at Yu Sheng and the others who were beside him. No problem, Long Linger nodded. Then, she gave the token to the guards at the gates and brought Yi Futian and the rest inside. Everyone could recognize the little princess from West Mountain, so the guards would clearly not stop Yi Futian. Moreover, they were allowed to enter in the first place. The group entered Starry School. The vast square before them was already filled with countless people. In addition, there were also members of Starry School on the stairs at the front with many disciples of Starry School behind them. They came here to see their newly admitted juniors. Long Mu, Jin Yun Xiao, Gu Yunxi, Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and many other people were all here already. Chapter 448. The square in Starry School was extremely huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the viewing platform in front, one could get a very good view of the entire square in just one glance. The square in Starry School was extremely huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the viewing platform in front, one could get a very good view of the entire square in just one glance. When Long Linger appeared, many people started to pay attention to her. The top clans in Divine Sky City were all able to attract much attention. In addition, many people in the top 3 schools in Divine Sky City were in fact from the top clans. After all, the various top clans had all existed for at least 1,000 years and had very stable foundations in Divine Sky City as they passed down the generations. It was obvious that they would have people in the top 3 schools, and many people knew this well. Of course, on the surface, the people who controlled Starry School were still those from the school itself. Long Mu looked at Long Linger, while Gu Yunxi looked at Yi Futian. A few days ago, Yi Futian had said that he would not join Starry School. Thus he was here probably to accompany Long Linger. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were standing together. Seeing Yi Futian and his friends who were behind Long Linger, they immediately had a mocking expression on their face. Smiling, Jiang Nan said, "It's no wonder that he's not participating in the assessment. Since his master is joining the school, it's clearly inappropriate for him as a servant to take part as well." Wang Yuqing seemed to be somewhat disgusted, perhaps because of Yi Futian's words before he left on that day. She disliked Yi Futian more and more. He had a poor character and weak background but still had a holier-than-thou attitude. Turning her eyes, Wang Yuqing found one person in the crowd. It was her sister Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro passed the first round of assessment and survived the cruel elimination. However, Wang Yuqing knew well that the real assessment was only about to begin. Today, most people would still be eliminated. Yi Futian and Long Linger stood among the crowd. There were fewer people in the college than the outside, but they still managed to fill the square. At the front of the stairs before them, there was a row of elders of the college. They were the examiners of the assessment and were in charge of selecting the disciples. If there were any doubts, the more senior members behind them would decide. Every year on this day, many important people in the college would come here themselves. After all, the strength of the newcomers of Starry School would determine the strength of Starry School in the future. Only when they were always strong, the school could maintain its excellence. Moreover, there were 3 top schools in Divine Sky City and none of them wanted to lose to the other 2. There was intense competition between the schools and also frequent conflicts between the disciples of the different schools. Standing behind Long Linger, Yi Futian asked softly, "How many people are in this round, and how many would the college choose?" After the first round of elimination, there are about over 10,000 people left. Next, it will be the actual combat round. Every year Starry School admits roughly 1,000 people, but this is not fixed. If the applicants are stronger on the whole, they would admit more people, and less people if they are weaker in general, Long Linger replied. That's less than 1 in 10, Yi Futian muttered. Furthermore, there were even more people eliminated in the first round. In the first round, applicants were quickly selected based on their ages, levels, talents, and other general areas, while the second round would simply be actual battles. This was indeed the most efficient method. Moreover, in the combat assessment, the applicants would not be fighting against each other. Instead, they would be fighting against a starry school disciple of the same level as them. This was simple and direct as the examiners could see the difference at once. If an applicant could win a starry school disciple of the same level, he would undoubtedly become a disciple himself, but most people would lose. In that case, it would depend on their performance during the combat. People who performed well would be admitted directly and those who performed very poorly would be eliminated. The rest would enter a waiting list and be selected again in a final assessment. This was the entire process which Starry School used to choose its disciples. In this way, it could efficiently select the most outstanding group of people to enter the college. Time passed slowly. An elder on the stairs raised his head to look at the position of the sun, after which he said, "Time's up. Close the gates and reject the latecomers." "Yes," the guards outside the college replied. If a person was late for such an important assessment, he could forget about joining the college as he was too poorly disciplined. "Since you're all here, let's start now. I believe all of you know the rules. Just like the previous years, we'll start from the 9th level of the Arcana plane," the elder continued. "Starry School disciples, you may enter the arena." After he finished speaking, a group of people walked out from both sides of the stairs towards the center of the square. There were 9 of them. "Applicants, 9 of you may enter," the elder added. The assessment this time was only targeted at those who were below the noble plane. If a noble wanted to enter Starry School, there would be a separate assessment instead of a combined assessment like this. The applicants this time were almost all in the Arcana plane, which was also the most common level of Starry School disciples. Then, a group of people walked out one after another. When there were 9 of them, the rest backed off and did not contest. The 18 people stood opposite each other in pairs. The applicants were all somewhat anxious, while the Starry School disciples all had a faint smile on their faces. One of them said, "Be careful. We will not show any mercy." "Begin," the elder announced. Immediately, many brilliant beams of light bloomed on the battle platform. Before the battle started, none of the participants knew their opponents, whether they were sorcerers or martial arts cultivators, or perhaps skilled in both. At this instant, many life spirits and dharma erupted. Spiritual chi raged in the air and spells swept across. However, one of the applicants only stood at his spot, looking coldly at the battling crowd before him. Humph. Noticing the scene, the Starry School disciple who spoke earlier smiled and suddenly moved, charging towards the motionless applicant like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing and created many afterimages. The Starry School disciple waved his palm. Immediately, a wind elemental spell was formed and a ring-shaped storm swept towards the applicant like a chain. Such a perfect combination of wind elemental and wood elemental spells. "He's so skilled," many people complimented. Futian also looked at the Starry School disciple who could cast 2 spells simultaneously and achieve such an effect. Indeed, Starry School disciples were all talented and had their own strengths. Realizing that the applicant was still standing motionlessly there, the Starry School disciple said, "Why are you still not attacking? Do you want to die?" The sharp storm circling around the applicants was releasing an ear-piercing noise who seemed to be able to cut space apart. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and the 2 spells gathered towards his opponent with a shocking power. Many people frowned. Attacks from upper arcana plane cultivators were all very powerful. The space around him seemed to be filled with an appalling storm which could crush everything there. However, the applicant was still not doing anything. Suddenly, everyone saw the person move. An extremely dazzling golden radiance bloomed from his body as if he was covered with a divine golden armor. Moreover, the armor actually seemed to be flowing on his body. He stepped out, ignoring the terrifying storm. The storm swept towards him and tried to cut his body apart, but no sound was produced. Instead, the spell slowly merged with his body and then froze, dissipating into nothingness. The wood elemental spell also ended up with the same outcome. The person walked out directly from the attack. On his golden armor, a silvery light was also faintly visible. He put his palm in front of him, after which his arm actually started extending. Covered in golden and silvery light, his arm grabbed towards his opponent. A spell fused with the elements of metal and water? The expression of the starry school disciple changed. The two different elements actually merged together. He stepped back with the wind, and his body ascended into the air. However, suddenly, a freezing aura erupted and ice will engulf the space. Soon, his body was covered in silvery frost, as if he was going to turn into a silver statue. Apart from that, two liquids of different colors flowed towards him from the sky like water. The starry school disciples still wanted to struggle but were wound by the spells directly. He turned into a real statue, not being able to move at all. Air. Looking at the scene, everyone's expression changed. In the first battle, such an outstanding person already appeared and easily defeated a starry school disciple. The battle was so astonishing that nobody even paid attention to the other fights. Every year during the assessment of the top 3 schools, many powerful people would appear. It seemed like this was indeed the case. The first round of battle ended and only this person managed to defeat his opponent easily. He was from an ancient clan very far away and had a unique talent. He had come to Divine Sky City to cultivate. In the first round, he was admitted into the college directly as an official disciple. As for the rest, 2 people went onto the waiting list and 6 were eliminated. It was indeed very cruel. The second round of battle then followed and it was still the same 9 starry school disciples just now. The person who lost in the previous round seemed to be furious and defeated his opponent directly with a powerful attack. The applicant who was defeated by him felt somewhat speechless. In the second round, only 1 person went onto the waiting list and the rest were eliminated. They were all easily defeated by their opponents from Starry School. At this point, everyone realized that applicants who were defeated immediately by Starry School disciples would be eliminated. Those who won would be admitted directly, while those who would persist for a while would enter the waiting list. In the combat assessment, Futian also saw Jiang Nan participate. As a Starry School disciple in charge of assessing the applicants, he was quite strong. In the midst of the battle, he even gave Futian a mocking smile. Clearly, Jiang Nan despised Futian. Time passed by slowly. After all the upper arcana plane cultivators finished, it was the round for middle arcana plane cultivators. Futian saw Wang Yuro participate as well. At the moment, she had already entered the 4th level of the arcana plane. However, unfortunately, she lost badly to a Starry School disciple. Her combat abilities were still significantly weaker than the Starry School disciples and she was eliminated. Wang Yuqing seemed to be somewhat disappointed, but it was within her expectation anyway. She was not very hopeful for it and only wanted her sister to try. In the future, Wang Yuro could still stay in Divine Sky City to cultivate, which would broaden her horizons. She would be better off here than in Yunhua City, as long as she did not go onto a self-degrading path like Futian. Chapter 449, The battles continued until the night. The battles continued until the night. The combat assessment would not pause because it was already nighttime. Instead, it would continue until it was over. Various spells appeared in the darkness. The battles in the arena could still be clearly seen as waves of cultivators entered one after another. Outside Starry School, there was similarly only a very small portion of people who left. They were still watching the assessment in order to see how many outstanding talents Starry School would accept this time. Linger, it's all your fault. Futian complained in desperation. Long Linger blinked her eyes. Smiling, she said, "Why? The battles are so interesting." At the moment, the battles were between lower arcana plane cultivators. I forgot to ask before I came. The combat assessment actually also takes so long. Futian was speechless as if he had made a mistake. Long Linger had just entered the Dharma plane and would be one of the last few to be assessed. How miserable this is. I think it's really fun. Long Linger smiled with her head slanted. Although she also felt that the assessment was very boring, she would certainly not admit it. Futian rolled his eyes. The battle continued from day into the night, and then into the day again. The people present were all cultivators and could survive not sleeping for one day. In fact, whenever they cultivated it would take at least a few days. The passion of the crowd also slowly faded with time. Finally, in the evening on the second day, it was the turn for low-level Dharma plane cultivators. There were only very little people at such levels who came for the assessment. When it was Long Linger's turn, Starry School actually did not have any disciples that matched her level. Usually, people who could enter Starry School were at least in the Dharma plane. However, even the first-level Dharma plane cultivators who had entered Starry School in the previous year had already broken through. Therefore, Starry School did not have anyone at this level. Consequently, everyone in this level was put on the waiting list directly. So everything started all over again. The people on the waiting list would fight against each other to decide the person who would be promoted. Of course, if the two people were both outstanding enough, they could be promoted together. If they were both too bad, they might also be eliminated together. Futian felt like he had to punch someone. Long Linger turned around and looked at Futian, smiling trembly. There was nothing Futian could do. Hence, he waited for another day. Nevertheless, on this day, there were similarly many talented people who appeared. Finally, it was Long Linger's turn again. The assessment of Starry School was coming to an end. Those people in the first level of the Dharma plane can come up together, an elder announced. Immediately, Long Linger turned her head and grinned, after which she jumped onto the battle platform. Among the crowd, there was also an extraordinary teenager in a gold shirt who attracted much attention. At once, everyone seemed to be alerted as they stared at two figures on the battle platform. They were the Dragon Girl from West Mountain Dragon Clan and the young Rock from Jean Clan. They had already attracted much attention before the assessment even began, as they were the young geniuses from two major clans. Today, they would be displaying their talents in front of everyone for the first time. There were only 8 people in this level who came for the assessment. Moreover, they were all very young, as older cultivators who were still in this level would have been eliminated in the first round. Long Linger and Jean Fei from Jean Clan still managed to stand out among the group. They were way too young. Although Jean Fei was very young, his eyes seemed to be filled with an arrogance which did not fit his age. Glancing at the crowd as if he was very mature, he said with a young voice, "You can fight me together." On the viewing platform in Starry School, Jin Yunshao smiled. He wanted to see how the Dragon Girl from the Dragon Clan would be embarrassed. Arrogant, Long Linger said, looking at Jean Fei. With superior power, of course, I am arrogant. You're Long Linger, right? I suggest you go back and practice more. Starry School is not suitable for a spoiled princess like you, Jean Fei said coldly. Long Linger stared angrily at Jean Fei. You. Long Linger pointed her finger at Jean Fei. However, Jean Fei suddenly ascended into the air and summoned his Dharma. A dazzling rock appeared in the sky, releasing its brilliant radiance outwards. Showered in golden light, Jean Fei looked all-powerful, as if he was a young rock himself. I shall not waste more time. Since you don't want to attack, I'll defeat all of you one by one. Just after Jean Fei finished speaking, an eye-catching radiance erupted from his back. Then, many illusory rocks flew out towards the few people on the battle platform. The few young applicants all released their life spirits and Dharma. However, under the illusory rocks, they were all having a hard time blocking the attack. Just then, Jean Fei flashed out with an astonishing speed, as if he was a rock. He swept his wings and one of the applicants flew outwards. Without stopping, he blinked a few times with an incredible speed. Accompanied by continuous crashing sounds, the other applicants who were at the same level as him were completely no match for him and fell down one after another. They all looked desperately at the genius who was significantly younger than themselves. It was really unfortunate to be in the same group as Jean Fei. They were doomed to be eliminated. Jean Fei then looked at Long Linger. Smiling, he said, "Sister Long, if you leave yourself, I wouldn't hit you." Long Linger was furious. Her Guqin spirit appeared and she stoked on the strings. However, at the instant she started playing, Jin Fei also moved out like a golden bolt of lightning. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and he struck towards the Guqin spirit directly. Long Linger expression changed slightly and she withdrew her Guqin spirit. Then, a dragon howl erupted and a terrifying ice dragon spirit appeared. Long Linger had twin spirits. Because of Jin Fei's speed, she did not have a way to play the music to resonate with the dragon. Long Linger raised her little fist and jumped into the air, punching towards her opponent in midair. Jin Fei's fist collided with hers and he was actually blown backward. In addition, his arm was covered in a layer of frost. Clearly, although Long Linger was small in size, her strength was not weak at all. "Sister Long, your strength is not bad. I'll be serious now," Jin Fei said, smiling. His body turned into a golden bolt of lightning which circled around Long Linger. Then, he suddenly attacked. The two collided with each other continuously. Although they were both only 14, the battle between them looked very intense, as if it was going to shatter the earth. Many people were astounded by this. In the future, both of them would certainly become important figures. However, in this battle, Long Linger was probably going to lose. The biggest advantage a dragon master could have was to fight with her dragon. Futian also felt that things were not looking good for Long Linger. Indeed, after a while, Long Linger was hit by Jin Fei. She was blown backward and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "Sister Long, I'm only using half of my powers. Why are you already losing?" Jin Fei floated in the air right above Long Linger. Long Linger stared at him angrily. Many people also looked at Jin Fei, who was obviously teasing Long Linger on purpose. However, owing to the resentment between the two families, they did not feel weird about it. "You can stop now. Both of you have performed well," an elder from Starry School said. "Indeed, they're both fine." In this battle, Jin Fei challenged everyone and easily defeated them, so he clearly can enter the college to cultivate. Although Long Linger didn't perform too badly, she has yet to prove herself, another person said. Right after that, many people froze and stared at the elder who spoke in bewilderment. In fact, even though Long Linger had lost, nobody thought too much. With her power, Long Linger could undoubtedly enter Starry School. However, at the moment someone was using this as an excuse to attack Long Linger. Did she not prove herself? This also seemed reasonable. At the start of the battle, Jin Fei already eliminated everyone else. Long Linger, being young, would clearly not think that Jin Fei's action was targeted at her. "What do you mean? She's 14, in the Dharma plane, and is a dragon master. Is that not enough for her to join Starry School?" A cultivator from Dragon Clan questioned the elder. "Her talents are indeed outstanding enough, but she still seems to lack practice. On the battlefield, she did not win anyone and was instead defeated by a person of the same level. With such a record, should we not discuss it?" the person added, as if he was trying to prevent Long Linger from entering Starry School. Although his actions seemed to be meaningless, Jin Clan, which had some resentment with Dragon Clan, would do anything that would embarrass Dragon Clan. Even if they might not be able to stop her in the end, it was still good to humiliate the Dragon Clan. Therefore, for the first time in Starry School, there was an argument about whether a person could join the college. Clearly, it was a game between the people from the Dragon Clan and those from Jin Clan. Looking at the scene, Long Linger expression changed. She did not expect this to happen. Even if she could enter Starry School eventually, the situation was still very awkward and shameful for her. Other people would claim that Long Linger almost did not manage to join Starry School, and only did so because of her family. "I'm not joining anymore," Long Linger said. She glanced at the crowd, after which she turned around and left. She had never suffered such a humiliating situation before. "Look. She's indeed spoiled," someone satirized. "In this case, there is indeed no need to let her join the college. She can't even take a bit of setback," another person added. More and more people started questioning, causing the audience to be completely flabbergasted. Clearly, nobody had expected such a situation to occur. Yi Futian frowned and his face darkened. He did not feel much about Long Linger losing to Jin Fei, as it was normal to lose. Although Jin Fei was somewhat arrogant, he still managed to win. However, Yi Futian was really unhappy about the attitude of Starry School. So many people were bullying a young girl. Even if the two clans were having a conflict, Jin clan did not have to vent their anger at Long Linger, a 14-year-old girl. Moreover, Starry School also did not say anything. Long Linger walked down from the arena and looked at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with sadness and even some redness. She had invited Yi Futian her to watch her battle, not to watch her get embarrassed. Brother Futian. Long Linger lowered her head and her voice was very low, revealing how depressed she was. Silly girl. It's only a small matter. Forget about it, Yi Futian said softly. Yup. Let's go. Long Linger only wanted to leave this place. Her parents had asked her to join Starry School to cultivate. Although she did not want it, she still worked hard. She never expected such a situation to happen. Her parents did not come here. What would they think of her? Turning around, her eyes were already filled with some tears, but she did not want to cry aloud. She had to be strong. Linger, before we leave, we have to settle some stuff, Yi Futian softly. Then, he took a step forward and said, all of you are seniors. Don't you feel ashamed of yourselves by bullying a little girl like this? Chapter 450. After Yi Futian finished speaking, everyone immediately stared at him, their faces filled with a strange expression. After Yi Futian finished speaking, everyone immediately stared at him, their faces filled with a strange expression. Is he from West Mountain Dragon Clan? They thought. Yi Futian was speaking for Long Linger. On the other hand, Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing, who knew Yi Futian, seemed to be puzzled. If it was someone from Dragon Clan, perhaps it would be all right for him to say so at this place. However, why did Yi Futian dare to speak like this? Did he really think that he was a member of Dragon Clan? However, very soon Jiang Nan's expression changed. Then, he sneered, such a crafty person. Wang Yuqing looked at Jiang Nan. When he explained, he wants to join Dragon Clan completely. If he offends many people because he speaks up for the little princess of Dragon Clan, he will become a core member of Dragon Clan in the future. Such a clever method. Jiang Nan even felt that he was starting to admire Yi Futian. Are you humiliating Starry School? Just then, an elder who had belittled Long Linger earlier stared at Yi Futian with a sharp look. In just one sentence, he argued that Yi Futian was humiliating the whole college. I do not dare, Yi Futian replied. Starry School is a holy place of cultivation in Divine Sky City and perhaps even the whole barren state. Many people have long joining this place. The assessment here has attracted the attention of the entire city and is clearly fair. However, I do not understand why a few seniors in particular are targeting a little girl. Is this not a shaming thing? Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone seemed to be interested in what was going in. Yi Futian's meaning was obvious. He believed that Starry School was fair and he was only scolding the few seniors in particular. How dare you, the elder shouted coldly. We are only speaking fairly. When did we target her? We did not say anything that would defame Long Linger. In this battle, she indeed did not manage to prove herself. Should we open the gates of Starry School for her just because she is from Dragon Clan? After he finished speaking, Yi Futian wanted to say something, but he continued, who are you to speak during the assessment? If you dare to question the college further, we'll chase you out at once. Clearly, the elder understood that if he spoke any more, he would lose. After all, he was only finding an excuse to accuse Long Linger, but his final target was not Long Linger, but rather West Mountain Dragon Clan. In such a circumstance, he would naturally not want to speak too much with Yi Futian. Master Yun, I actually know this person. Last year, he befriended Wang Yuqing's family and asked me and Wang Yuqing to bring him to Divine Sky City. Now I think that I have made a mistake. He is only a crafty guy who tries to seek connections everywhere, Jiang Nan suddenly said. He had been disliking Yi Futian all along. At the moment, Yi Futian was actually using this chance to become a core member of Dragon Clan, so Jiang Nan would clearly try to stop him. No wonder. So you're a servant from Dragon Clan. I can understand why you spoke up for your master and I will not blame you for it. As for whether Long Linger can pass the assessment, Starry School will make the decision. You have no place here to speak, the elder said coldly. Yi Futian glanced at Jiang Nan, and then at the elder. Giving a bitter smile, he shook his head. Words from a man with low position carried little weight. Yi Futian still remembered what his brother in the college had told him. In the world of cultivation, one's reasons were never stronger than one's fists. If one tried to speak reasons, the rest would only crush one with their powers. Therefore, the more efficient way to solve a problem was still to use one's fists. Long Linger was still standing in front of Yi Futian. Lifting her head, she said in a low tone, "Brother Futian, let's go. Ignore these people. I am no longer sad." Silly girl. Yi Futian helped Long Linger to fix her messy hair. Then, he smiled and walked past her, marching towards the battle platform. A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. "What are you doing?" the elder yelled. "Someone, come and settle him." A person just wanted to go forward. However, Yi Futian bowed at the people from Starry School and said, "I am a lowly educated, background-less, weak musical attendant of Dragon Clan who knows a bit of music. Although I know that I do not have the rights to stand here, I still do not want to see my lady sad. Therefore, I want to see for myself if Starry School disciples are really so outstanding that Long Linger cannot even enter with her talents. He's really using everything that he can." Jiang Nan's face turned cold. Just now, he actually saw Yi Futian stroking Long Linger hair. The relationship between the two was clearly better than what he had thought. However, he was not surprised by the fact that Yi Futian walked out and spoke for Long Linger. Yi Futian was trying to protect his master even though he might be humiliated. A musical attendant from Dragon Clan wanted to test the powers of Starry School disciples. Was he humiliating the college? What a ridicule. "Who are you to do that?" the elder said coldly. "Chase him out." "Wait," someone said, "since you firmly believe that Long Linger is not qualified to enter the college, when someone questions you, why don't you allow him to use actions to prove your claim? Instead, you're chasing him away. Perhaps, you have been so irritable precisely because you are in fact deliberately targeting Long Linger?" The person who spoke was clearly someone from Dragon Clan. Many people seemed to be very surprised as there was actually some internal conflict during the assessment in Starry School. They knew well that such conflicts would surely occur in the college regularly. However, they managed to witness it themselves because of the special occasion today. "Since you both stand firmly on your grounds and there is no result, why don't we just let him try?" An elder from the college suddenly said. Of course, he knew that the people who were arguing were from Jin Clan and Dragon Clan. Hearing his words, the elder from Jin Clan said, "All right. Then we'll let those people who have just entered the college today chase him out." "Your level?" "Arcana Plane, 4th level," Yi Futian replied. "Those disciples who have just joined us today and are in this level." "Who wants to go?" the elder asked, scanning the crowd. The people who were watching the assessment, including those outside the college, all seemed to be curious about the sudden conflict. They did not expect such a situation to happen after the assessment had already ended. It looked really interesting and they hoped that Yi Futian was at least not too weak. "I'm also a musical sorcerer, I'll go." Suddenly, a person walked out, his eyes filled with shrewdness. It was unquestionably a very good chance for him to perform so that he would be more easily remembered by the important people of the college. "All right, you can go," the elder said emotionlessly. Immediately, the person walked in front of Yi Futian and the two stood opposite each other. "Please," the person said, smiling. "Please," Yi Futian replied, after which he sat down cross-legged. His Guqin spirit appeared, floating before him. The actions of the two were very similar and they both touched the strings of their Guqin with their fingers. The person opposite Yi Futian smiled, after which he stroked on the strings. A trace of music spread slowly. When he had his assessment just now, he performed quite well, someone commented. Could the Dragon Clan musical attendant fight him? Suddenly, Yi Futian's fingers moved. The strings of his Guqin danced wildly and an ear-piercing noise erupted. A terrifying wave of musical will bloomed and charged into the mind of his opponent with a shocking penetrating power. The person's head trembled and his expression changed drastically. However, Yi Futian started playing his Guqin at once and loud music was released. Clang! A frightening bang was heard from the violent music. Yi Futian's opponent gave a muffled humph and his face turned pale. Yi Futian's fingers danced and another deafening note attacked his opponent, ignoring all his defense. The person spitted out a mouthful of blood directly which colored his Guqin, after which the music came to an abrupt stop. Air. Seeing the scene on the battle platform, many people had a weird expression on their faces. Yi Futian actually instantly defeated his opponent. Yi Futian's opponent could enter Starry School precisely because even official Starry School disciples could not defeat him instantly. This meant that Yi Futian was also strong enough to join Starry School. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing also seemed to be surprised. But then Jiang Nan said, "Your grandfather respects him so much, so he is clearly not weak. Furthermore, his attack was unexpected, so it is normal for him to win." Wang Yuqing nodded. Beside them, many people looked at them. They were the people who had gone to the Evil Dragon Zone with Wang Yuqing. Some of them had seen Yi Futian before but did not really note his existence. Raising his head, Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked, "Why are you questioning Long Linger alone?" His meaning was clear. Yi Futian's opponent was so weak and yet the elder did not say anything when he joined Starry School. However, he only tried to prevent Long Linger from entering the college at the moment. Musical spells are supposed to develop slowly, but you used a surprise attack at the start. Not bad. The elder would clearly not admit anything and only said coldly, "This can't prove anything." "I would like to try the powers of Starry School disciples again," Yi Futian added. The elder looked at one of the Starry School disciples and said, "Lin Yan, go." "All right." A person walked out from the many Starry School disciples. He was one of the people in charge of assessing the applicants. As a musical sorcerer from the musical spell department, his musical spells were quite extraordinary. "Please," Lin Yan said. "Let's begin," Yi Futian said. Lin Yan nodded and started playing but in a very defensive way. Yi Futian's music just now was very penetrating and defeated his opponent right at the start. Therefore, Lin Yan decided to be more passive in the fight. Yi Futian lowered his head and his fingers stroked across the strings again. The music was very rapid, as if it reached the climax at the start. Immediately, the wind and clouds moved and lightnings flashed. The ear-piercing music charged towards Lin Yan. At the same time, many bolts of lightning glittered in the sky and enveloped him from above. The expressions of many Starry School disciples changed. Lin Yan sped up his playing speed. However, the resounding music pierced into his ears wildly and the roars of lightning engulfed his senses, as if it was the end of the world. Following a loud bang, the musical spell fused with the spell and landed on Lin Yan's body. He trembled fiercely and spitted out much blood, his face turning as white as a sheet. How can this be? Many people were very surprised. The people witnessing the fight felt that it was brilliant as the musical attendant from Dragon Clan was actually so strong. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing also seemed to be astonished. On the other hand, Wang Yuro glanced at them from the distance. The scene at the moment seemed so familiar. The same thing happened in the battle between the four factions in Yunhua City. Now the stage had changed to Starry School. However, Yi Futian was still ignoring everyone else. Wang Yuro realized that she really underestimated Yi Futian. So what if they were Starry School disciples? Yi Futian could defeat them just as easily. Yi Futian raised his head again and looked at the elder. Senior, you claim that Long Linger didn't prove herself and is not qualified to enter Starry School. I do not intend to offend anyone. However, according to your logic, how did the two people who lost to me enter the college? Chapter 451, Yi Futian's words caused everyone to stare at him. Earlier, the young rock had defeated Long Linger. Therefore, the elder used this as an excuse to hinder Long Linger from entering the college, claiming that she did not perform at all. He deliberately ignored the power of the young rock. Yi Futian's words caused everyone to stare at him. Earlier, the young rock had defeated Long Linger. Therefore, the elder used this as an excuse to hinder Long Linger from entering the college, claiming that she did not perform at all. He deliberately ignored the power of the young rock. Hence, Yi Futian defeated two musical sorcerers of the same level as him in an overpowering manner to tell everyone that if they could ignore the strength of the winner, the two people who had lost to him should not be able to enter the college. Is this guy showing off how strong he is before Starry College? Many people muttered to themselves. Just now, Yi Futian had said that he was a lowly educated, backgroundless, weak musical attendant of Dragon Clan who knew a bit of music. The elder from Jin Clan stared at Yi Futian. After Yi Futian proved him wrong with his actions, the elder had nothing to say. On the other hand, the people from Dragon Clan all seemed to be very surprised as they gazed at Yi Futian. His performance was indeed amazing. Brother Futian. Long Linger only felt much warmness in her heart. Yi Futian was speaking up for her. He did not want her to leave in embarrassment and wanted to get a reply for her. I don't think your description is accurate. Isn't he someone who tried to seek connections with Wang Yuqing's family? Suddenly, among the Starry School disciples, a lady beside Wang Yuqing giggled charmingly. She was Li Man, who had met Yi Futian in the Evil Dragon Zone and had also teased him. She did not expect this handsome young man to be so talented and be able to instantly defeat two disciples of Starry School. As a Starry School disciple, she knew that Lin Yen was indeed talented and strong enough to enter the college. Although the assessment of Starry School could never be totally fair, those who were weak would certainly not make it. The fact that Yi Futian could easily defeat Lin Yen clearly showed that his talents and powers were better than ordinary Starry School disciples. If he had taken part in the assessment, he could definitely pass, but he did not. This temperament and music seems just like that person, Li Man muttered. Wang Yuqing's heart skipped a beat as she recalled a person who had left a very deep impression in her mind, namely the musical sorcerer in a silver cloak. He had appeared on the back of a demon and suppressed all the disciples of the top 3 schools. He was extremely elegant and nobody could stop him a bit. That figure was indeed carved deep in her mind. Him. Wang Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. It's impossible. How can he compare with that person? That person in the silver cloak was unparalleled. No, that person was already at the peak of the Arcana plane and was on a demon. Although their temperaments are quite similar, there are obvious differences between the two of them, Li Man said softly. Wang Yuqing nodded gently and actually felt relieved. The difference between their levels was obvious. Furthermore, that person had a demonic bird with him. Why would they associate the two of them together? It was totally impossible. Hearing Li Man's words, Jiang Nan's face darkened. Previously he had insulted Yi Futian publicly. Yi Futian's performance at the moment was really slapping him hard on the face. Are you saying that Starry School has no outstanding people? The elder questioned coldly. He could not refute Yi Futian's words. However, regardless of how strong Yi Futian was, he was only Long Linger follower who claimed to be a musical attendant. Even if he was a genius invited by the Dragon Clan, his position was still a musical attendant. A musical attendant was forcing him to admit his mistake. He was a teacher of Starry School, a top noble. On the Starry School assessment day, he was forced by a musical attendant to admit that he had been targeting Long Linger and that his judgment was wrong. How could he accept that? Nobody would want to lose face, especially powerful cultivators. If he really did it unintentionally, perhaps he would not mind admitting his mistake, which would display his magnanimity. However, it was deliberate. If he was forced to apologize, he would lose all his face. Hearing his words, Jiang Nan understood that Yi Futian would never be able to make the people of Starry School change their decisions with such a method. Instead, it would only make things worse. Of course, he also had to admit that Yi Futian had achieved his goal in becoming a trusted subordinate of Long Linger. Yi Futian looked at the elder and sighed in his heart. He had expected such an outcome, but he could not accept it. The elder avoided the topic on purpose and also claimed that Yi Futian was insulting Starry School, pushing him onto the opposite side of the college. In this way, the other members of Starry School would also feel embarrassed and have opinions about him. Yi Futian looked in front of him and said, "Being such a big college, can you not treat a little girl fairly?" Long Linger had indeed lost, but she was a 14-year-old Dharma Plain Dragon Master. Apart from Jean Fei, the other applicants of her level were all older than her. If Jean Fei did not crush the rest directly and Long Linger had a chance to fight, she could do the same just as well. As long as Starry School could give Long Linger a chance to fight the other applicants, she could certainly perform well. Even though she had lost to Jean Fei, it was not a quick defeat like what the elder had claimed. Jean Fei had claimed arrogantly that he had not used all his powers. However, only he knew if he really did try his best. The difference between Long Linger and him was not big. As long as a person was not blind, he would know that Long Linger was deserved to enter the college. How could the little princess of the Dragon Clan not be able to? Before this happened, who dared to think this way? Who would have thought this way? Today, the people from Jean Clan were clearly targeting Long Linger. On the other hand, the people from the college were completely neutral and did not voice their opinions at all. Therefore, the people from Jean Clan and Dragon Clan argued and questioned each other, bringing much embarrassment to Long Linger. "Brother Futian, I'm not entering anymore." "Let's go," Long Linger shouted. She did not want to see Yi Futian continue fighting for her as it was meaningless. She no longer wanted to join Starry School. Yi Futian smiled, after which he turned around and left the battle platform. Looking at Long Linger below, he said, "All right. Since they cannot even give fair treatment to a girl, there's no reason for you to enter." Then, he was about to leave. He had already done what he should. Everyone should be able to understand the purpose of his battling. Since he could not change the attitude of Starry School, he would leave it to the people of Divine Sky City to comment. "Wait," someone suddenly said. Yi Futian stopped and turned around. Looking at the person who just spoke, he asked, "Senior, what is it?" Although the college had an argument about Long Linger, we'll eventually give her a fair answer. I can understand why you spoke and fought for her. However, even though you had 2 victories, it's inappropriate for you to insult Starry School like this, the cultivator from the college slowly said. You've already hurt her self-esteem. Where's the fairness? As for the insult, when did I do it? Yi Futian said, looking at the cultivator. When did you do it? The person from Jean Clan said coldly. You only won an ordinary disciple and are already so supercilious, showing no respect to Starry School. Moreover, you use this to force the college to give you an answer. When does Starry School need to give an answer to a loser? Do we need you to agree before we decide to admit any new disciple? Loser? Hearing the unpleasant word, Yi Futian muttered, who in the world will never lose? Senior, then what do you want? Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Starry School's direction. Since you have started the challenge, let's continue, an elder from the school said. If they just allowed Yi Futian to leave like this, it would really be shaming for Starry School. They had to win at least one fight. I wouldn't want to do that, Yi Futian said, smiling. I'm afraid it'll only get harder for you to wind this matter up. Arrogant, the cultivator from Starry School said coldly. After winning just one fight, you think that you've won everything. How arrogant and supercilious are you? Yi Futian's words caused many elders to have poor opinions of him. He was too arrogant and did not respect the college at all. You've only won one actual disciple of Starry School. How dare you speak such ravings? Jiang Nan also said coldly. There are quite many talented musical sorcerers in the musical spell department, another person added. Brother Futian, let's go. Long Linger shook her head at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had defeated 2 people from Starry School. Clearly, the school was unhappy and did not want to let him go. They would certainly send someone stronger. Long Linger did not wish to see Yi Futian continue to argue with Starry School. Since you've asked so, I can only agree to it. Smiling, Yi Futian turned around and walked onto the battle stage again. He sat down cross-legged and started to play his guqin slowly, after which he said emotionlessly, "You can send whoever and however many people you want." The melodious music was soothing and peaceful, as if it was only a simple piece. The faces of many members of Starry School darkened. Whoever and however many people they want. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Yi Futian was openly disdaining Starry School disciples. Just then, many musical sorcerers walked towards Yi Futian step by step. However, suddenly, Yi Futian's music became more rapid and resounding. In addition, it contained a frightening penetrating power. Wind whizzed and thunder roared as the sky changed drastically. A figure in a white shirt was sitting down cross-legged and playing a piece of music elegantly. The faces of many elders of Starry School changed slightly, and the musical sorcerers who had walked onto the battle platform also frowned. One of them had already approached Yi Futian. However, the artistic conception of Yi Futian's music caused him to feel very threatened. Boom! A frightening lightning storm appeared in the minds of the musical sorcerers directly. At first, they did not want to team up. However, at this instant, they all gave a muffled humph. With their faces turning pale, they shouted, "Together!" Then, they sat down in different places and played simultaneously, resisting Yi Futian's music. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing, as if he did not see them at all. The music enveloped the battle platform and penetrated the wills of his opponents. In the sky, many bolts of lightning and windstorms gathered, as if it was the end of the world. Bolts of lightning struck towards his opponents as he attacked them both physically and spiritually. Spit, spit. Many soft noises were heard. The Starry School disciples on the battle platforms all spat much blood that colored their strings red. All of them were no match for Yi Futian's music. So these are the disciples of Starry School. Such a high standard. An emotionless voice was heard along with the music. Countless people gazed at the playing figure and were totally astonished. At the moment, Yi Futian had really displayed his elegance. Chapter 452, So Strong. Countless people watched the white figure on the battle platform in awe. He stood in the middle of the platform, gently playing his guqin. In the air above the platform, a thunderstorm started to form, and streaks of purple lightning struck down from the heavens, as though the gods were raging. The melody of the guqin rampaged unforgivingly, the sound imagery caused many people to hallucinate and feel his razor-sharp intent. So strong. Countless people watched the white figure on the battle platform in awe. He stood in the middle of the platform, gently playing his guqin. In the air above the platform, a thunderstorm started to form, and streaks of purple lightning struck down from the heavens, as though the gods were raging. The melody of the guqin rampaged unforgivingly, the sound imagery caused many people to hallucinate and feel his razor-sharp intent. Outside the Starry School, the myriad of onlookers were awestruck. At the last moment of the Starry School admission examination, such an exciting event had happened. A musical attendant from the West Mountain Dragon clan was annihilating the Starry School disciples. And the origin of his fury was because that little girl was being bullied. This incident did not reflect well on the reputation of the Starry School. The school did not understand. Why did Yi Futian not participate in the examination if he had such strength? Now, outstanding musical sorcerers were successively coming forward and walking towards the platform. However, at the same level, Yi Futian's musical spell was unmatched. Every person who stepped up fell to his spell, and not one of them remained unscathed. In a short while, There were over 20 disciples from the Starry School musical spell department who had collapsed from the shock of Yi Futian's musical spell, coughing up blood. Even one of the elders from the musical spell department looked gloomy. There were many people looking at him, and he himself was affected. The musical piece had caused a stir in his heart. The piece could be described as splendid, and it was especially perfect under Yi Futian's playing. It had brilliantly delivered the imagery of the piece, causing the spell to be exceptionally strong. Even in his department, he would be hard-pressed to find someone with so much talent. Yin Shi. His gaze turned towards an exceptional arcana playing talent in the musical spell department, Gu Yinshi. In the middle arcana plane, her musical spell attainment was definitely among the cream of the crop. Gu Yinshi had a look of conflict in her eyes. Looking at the chaotic situation in the arena, she moved and glided onto the platform. In that instant, countless looks fell onto her alluring figure. Was the pride of the Gu clan going to take part? Mr. Yi, why do you do this? Gu Yinshi quietly said. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at her, replying, "Are you going to take part too, Miss Gu?" Gu Yinshi softly shook her head, saying, "If we're comparing our musical attainment, I naturally cannot match up to Mr. Yi. I beseech you to stop." Upon hearing Gu Yinshi's words, many people looked shocked. She just admitted that she could not match up to Yi Futian. This was the daughter of the Gu clan, the genius of the Starry School musical spell department. She seemed to have had some interactions with Yi Futian, to admit her loss before they even battled. Evidently, Yi Futian's identity was not just a simple musical attendant. How could a musical attendant's talent surpass the pride of the Gu clan? Among the watching Starry School disciples, Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's expressions became especially grim. Gu Yinshi addressed Yi Futian as Mr. Yi. Moreover, she personally acknowledged that her musical attainment was lower than Yi Futian's. What did this mean? It meant that they knew each other. That day in the Celestial Pavilion's fairy pool, it was not Yi Futian that went to play up to Gu Yinshi, but rather, the both of them were already acquainted. Yi Futian and Gun Yinshi were friends. To them, Gu Yinshi stood high up above the masses, someone they could only look up to and revere. Thinking back to all the times they had insulted Yi Futian, could it all have been their own misunderstanding? How could he possibly know Gu Yinshi? Jiang Nan had also noticed it, but he refused to admit it. His expression was especially flustered, and he said to himself, what methods did he use? He had just seen Yi Futian's strength, but he still refused to accept the reality. He had mocked and insulted Yi Futian multiple times in front of Wang Yuqing. Admitting the truth would mean that he was of despicable character. He was unable to accept this reversal. Yi Futian naturally did not know what Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were thinking. Ever since he had felt their self-assertive attitudes, he had only treated them as strangers. It was only the two of them who liked to show off their supposed superiority in front of him to validate themselves. Yi Futian did not even care the slightest about them. Hearing Gun Yinshi's words, the rampaging melody gradually calmed down. At the end of the piece, Yi Futian sat there silently, his Guqin spirit disappearing. He raised his head and looked at Gu Yinshi, saying, "There's no need to be so modest, Miss Gu." "It's merely the truth," Gu Yinshi replied, smiling. She looked towards the elders in the Starry School, her gentle voice saying, "Teachers, although Mr. Yi claims to be a musical attendant, the truth is he's just being humble. A few days back, when I was at Qingyan Street, I had the honor of hearing one of the pieces Mr. Yi composed himself. That was the same piece that he played just now, named Fenghua. That was when I knew my musical attainment was far lower than his. Because of that, I had gone to the Celestial Pavilion to consult him. That's why, even if our musical spell department disciples have lost to Mr. Yi, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I hope our esteemed teachers do not take it to heart." The Starry School elders were unwilling to accept the loss. They felt that the Starry School's reputation was tarnished. So many of their disciples could not even match up to a single musical attendant. What would others think of the Starry School? If Yi Futian had an innate talent that even Gu Yinshi felt she could not compare with, then their loss would not come as a surprise. He composed his own Guqin piece. One of the musical department elders looked shocked. If what Gu Yinshi said was true, the level of musical attainment Yi Futian had was at the level of a prodigy. That's right. Gu Yinshi nodded and continued, at the end of last year, when Mr. Yi celebrated young Mrs. Linger's birthday, he stunned the dragon clan with that piece. Madame Long held him in high regard, and gifted the celestial pavilion to Mr. Yi. That day, when Yi Futian went to return the celestial pavilion token, she only knew afterward that the Madame and Long Linger had been to the pavilion. Yi Futian continued to stay there, so she naturally understood that the Madame had returned the pavilion token to Yi Futian. She could see the potential Yi Futian had, so she had also wanted to give him a villa, but he had refused to accept her offer. Gu Yinshi's words stunned the crowd even more. They knew that the West Mountain Dragon clan had bought the celestial pavilion not long ago, and not many had known the reason why. Numerous people had even guessed that it was a gift to the princess of the clan, Long Linger. However, they found out today that it was actually given to this young man clad in white. Although the celestial pavilion may not amount to much in the dragon clan's eyes, but to the vast majority of cultivators, it was something they could never attain. Even to many starry school disciples, lodging at the celestial pavilion or even having a meal there was a luxury. They could not even imagine what it would be like to own the pavilion. Madame Long was willing to give the celestial pavilion to Yi Futian. Was this the treatment a musical attendant deserved? Even the direct descendants of the dragon clan did not deserve such attention. If they still thought that Yi Futian was simply a musical attendant from the dragon clan, they would definitely be idiots. Celestial Pavilion's new owner. Wang Yuqing turned pale, thinking about the news that had been the topic of much discussion, the changing of Celestial Pavilion's owner. The new owner had been rumored to be from the dragon clan. Today, she finally knew who the new owner was. She recalled the day when they had gone to the Celestial Pavilion to celebrate and met Yi Futian there. Yi Futian had claimed that he was staying at the Celestial Pavilion for a few days, and they had criticized and mocked him for indulging in pleasure. She recalled the second time they met Yi Futian, they had treated him with the same mockery and torment. She had even told her younger sister Wang Yuro about these, and regardless of what her sister had told her about Yi Futian not being that kind of person, she continued to believe that what they had seen was the truth. Now, she finally understood what Yi Futian's intention was when he returned her the spirit stones at the Starry School. She understood that Yi Futian's silence at the Celestial Pavilion was not because he had lost face, but rather, he could not be bothered. Everything was encompassed in that one sentence of his. Do we know each other very well? Yi Futian owed her no explanation. She looked towards Jiang Nan who was standing beside her. She had always looked up to him, but when she remembered all the things that Jiang Nan had told her, she suddenly felt that his words were jarring. He always liked to show off and belittle Yi Futian. He would be pleased with himself for being able to speak in the presence of someone more superior, but Yi Futian was able to maintain his composure even in front of the pride of the Gu clan. This should be what confidence was like. This confidence did not have to care about their cynicism, it disregarded the difference in status. This was an inborn pride. He did not feel that he was inferior to anyone, and even if he had to face the entire Starry School alone, he was unnerved. If they wanted to battle, he would leave it up to them. As she thought about it, her gaze moved towards Wang Yuro, and their gazes met. Wang Yuro looked at her with a look of accusation. The reason their grandfather had asked Wang Yuqing to take care of Yi Futian was to establish good relations between the two of them. However, it had gotten into such a deadlock, and Yi Futian was even more outstanding than their grandfather had expected. Even in a place like the Divine Sky City, the elites of every faction wanted to befriend Yi Futian. Even the Starry School was no different from the four clans of Yunhua City in wanting to establish ties with him. Wang Yuqing lowered her head slightly. She had initially thought that her grandfather and Wang Yuro were short-sighted and overestimated Yi Futian. She thought that she had seen the world, and as a Starry School disciple, she was stuck up. However, she just realized that not only was she full of herself, but she also could not judge herself clearly, not to mention others. Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, what Gu Yinshi is saying appears to be different from what the two of you have said. Wasn't he simply a musical attendant that only knew how to suck up? Li Man laughed energetically, with a hint of mockery. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were speechless while everyone's gazes turned onto them. What Jiang Nan had said previously had played down Yi Futian's strengths, but Gu Yinshi conversely claimed that she was inferior to Yi Futian. This was such a slap in the face. Feeling all the gazes on her, Wang Yuqing wished that she could crawl into a hole, while Jiang Nan looked exceptionally somber. His character and his reputation were all ruined. Chapter 453, The Starry School Musical Spell Department's elders and the disciples who had lost felt more at ease after hearing Gu Yinshi's words. Since Yi Futian had such high musical achievement and was someone that was highly valued by Madame Long, it became much easier for them to accept their loss. The Starry School Musical Spell Department's elders and the disciples who had lost felt more at ease after hearing Gu Yinshi's words. Since Yi Futian had such high musical achievement and was someone that was highly valued by Madame Long, it became much easier for them to accept their loss. Many people looked towards Gu Yinshi, the prided daughter of the Gu clan, well-read, proficient in the Gu Qin. Not only was she extremely talented, but she also had impeccable character. Her words elevated Yi Futian's ability while saving face for the Starry School. This was a win-win scenario for both sides and an excellent display of her intelligence. Although she admitted that she was not Yi Futian's match, her frankness won the respect of others. She was humble and beautiful, and even had the honor of listening to Yi Futian's Gu Qin piece, and headed to the Celestial Pavilion to seek Yi Futian's teachings. The tense atmosphere became a lot lighter because of a few simple sentences from her. Gu Yinshi continued to maintain a faint smile, bowing in the direction of the Starry School's viewing platform, saying, "In the battle between the Jin clan's Young Rock and Long Linger, Jin Fei was indeed too outstanding, which was why Linger lost. Both of them are stellar individuals. If we just kick Linger out like that, it's truly unfair to her. I hope that our esteemed teachers can consider again whether to give Linger a second chance." Yi Futian looked at Gu Yinshi upon hearing her words. The impression that she had given him was a gentle rich young lady. Now, he had a higher appraisal of her. In just a few sentences, she could almost clear up the dispute between both parties. Sure enough, some of the Starry School elders nodded their heads. Gu Yinshi had given them an out and the timing was just right for the Starry School to express their opinion. Indeed, in Long Linger and Jin Fei's battle, although she was defeated, she has redeeming qualities as well. She exhibited extraordinary battle ability, and has the qualifications to enter the school, declared one of the elders from the school. That's right. Since many of us have differing opinions, why not we let Long Linger battle with a few other people, so that we can judge if her ability is enough to win us over, another person said. The other people who were listening understood that it would not be a problem for Long Linger to be admitted into the school. In reality, even if the Jin clan members wanted to prevent her admission, and use it as an excuse to embarrass the Dragon clan, if Long Linger ultimately did enter the school, they would not be able to stop it from happening. After all, her potential was clear for all to see. Regarding this, both the Jin clan and Dragon clan members had the same understanding. What both parties were fighting over was simply the process. However, Yi Futian's interference disrupted everything and complicated matters. Thankfully, Gu Yinshi's arrival managed to bring the proceedings back on track. Do you have any objections? The Starry School looked towards both parties and asked. If that's the case, let's give her a chance to try again. The Jin clan representative nodded his head and replied. Sure, the expert speaking up for Long Linger similarly nodded his head and replied bluntly. The Jin clan wanted them to suffer disgrace, but the Dragon clan would remember this grudge. Since both parties do not have any objections, then it's decided. Long Linger, step up. The expert from the Starry School addressed her. Long Linger looked in the distance, and her eyes trailed towards Yi Futian who was on the battle platform. Likewise, Yi Futian was also looking at her. He heard Long Linger say, "Big brother Futian, I don't want to enter the Starry School to cultivate anymore." Many people's expressions changed upon hearing her words. The little princess of the West Mountain Dragon clan also had a temper. Now that she had been bullied, she was starting to throw a tantrum. If it was an ordinary person, they would naturally not have the right to do so, but Long Linger was different. Even if she did not enter the starry school to cultivate, people would not feel surprised, since the dragon clan had their own resources. Linger, don't be ridiculous. From among the starry school disciples, Longmu looked at Long Linger and said, Uncle hopes that you can enter the school to cultivate and mature, don't let Uncle and Auntie's hopes be wasted. He did not say anything previously because he knew very well that even if Long Linger was picked on, it would not change the outcome. Linger had to learn to face difficulties by herself, as the road ahead for her was still very long. Regardless, Long Linger would be able to enter the starry school to cultivate, even if Yi Futian did not stand up for her. The words of the Jin clan members would not be able to deny her admission, at the very most it would just displease the dragon clan. I'm not being ridiculous. Long Linger looked back and Longmu, and turned to face Yi Futian. In the days that she had been with Yi Futian, she had gotten more reliant on him. This reliance was like that of a younger sister towards her brother and had started ever since Yi Futian taught her how to play the Guqin piece. If you don't want to, then let's just not enter. Yi Futian's reply was simple. Cultivation was not dependent on the top 3 schools. He understood that even if one entered the top 3 schools, it would just be an environment conducive for cultivating. With Long Linger's background, she did not need the top 3 schools to provide any cultivating resources or experts to advise her. Her family had all these. In fact, an extremely strong dragon master resided in the West Court. This was also why Yi Futian never intended to join any of the top 3 schools. The martial arts techniques and spells that he had were not necessarily inferior to those of the top 3 schools. Even if he entered the top 3 schools, what could a sage plane cultivator even teach him, not to mention a noble plane cultivator? His big brother, second sister and third brother were all at the pinnacle of the noble plane and had already grasped the sage intent. Okay. Long Linger smiled brightly. Having big brother Futian supporting her felt great. Since big brother Futian wasn't going to enter the starry school anyways, she would do the same and have more time to often cultivate with big brother Futian in the future. When was it ever your turn to speak about this issue? Long Mu uttered in a low tone. His voice was calm, but his arrogance laid under his composed tone. This situation caused the atmosphere that had started to become slack to tense up again. Many onlookers had strange looks on their faces. Yi Futian was on the dragon clan's side and had close relations with the little princess. Long Linger addressing him as Big Brother Futian further proved that point. In that case, shouldn't he be in the same faction as Long Mu? Yet, in this kind of occasion, at this time, Long Mu's sudden outburst caused everyone to feel that something was very odd. Their relations appeared to be complicated and the crowd was confused. The air became deadly silent again, and many looks turned towards Long Mu. Long Mu, the son of the West Mountain Dragon Clan's legend, groomed as the successor of the Dragon Clan leader. Even though Yi Futian had been gifted the Celestial Pavilion, his position in the Dragon Clan was definitely not comparable with Long Mu. Brother. Even Long Linger was stunned and glared at Long Mu. Why was he saying these things about Big Brother Futian? Could it be because Big Brother Futian was not supportive of her entering the school to cultivate? Gu Yunxi also looked at Long Mu strangely. She did not understand. It was the Jin clan that was aggressive to the Dragon clan, so why then, was Long Mu saying these words to Yi Futian? Wouldn't this put Yi Futian in a bad light? If he was really Long Linger's brother, he would naturally have more authority over Long Linger's education. However, his words stripped Yi Futian completely of any dignity. In reality, Long Mu did not say these words without reason. From his perspective, he hoped that Long Linger would enter the school. Even with the episode that just happened, it would not affect the outcome. Yi Futian standing out might look like helping the West Mountain Dragon clan, but in actuality, it did not serve any purpose apart from putting him in the limelight. In fact, it might even affect the Dragon clan. Before this, if Gu Yunxi had not stepped out to resolve the issue and allowed Yi Futian to continue troubling the Starry School, who would the blame eventually land on? The West Dragon Mountain clan. Everyone thought that Yi Futian was from the dragon clan and could represent them. So, he was not thankful to Yi Futian. Conversely, he felt that Yi Futian's actions were foolhardy, to actually treat himself as Long Linger's elder, and interfering with her decision to enter the school. Was this something that he could decide? Under these circumstances, Longmu simply had to clarify with the crowd that Yi Futian did not have the authority to represent the dragon clan. Long Linger's matters were also not up to him to decide. Of course, Gu Yunxi might also play a part in this. Jin Yunxiao smiled and thought, how interesting. A glint appeared in the somber Jiang Nan's eyes. Long Mu's words gave him great satisfaction, as they had given Yi Futian a slap in the face. However, Yi Futian was oddly calm. He raised his head slightly and looked at Long Mu. That handsome figure had the same look as when they first met, indifferent and prideful. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's performance was, it did not faze Long Mu in the slightest. When I speak, when did you have the right to comment? Yi Futian's voice sounded cool, causing many people's expressions to freeze again, the looks on their faces becoming especially interesting. The two handsome teens stood there, looking towards each other, both unparalleled, with the same pride. It was as though both of them cared nothing about the other. Just now, Gu Yunxi's words had made everyone realize that Yi Futian could represent Long Linger. But one sentence from Long Mu had brought Yi Futian back down. Just when everyone thought that Yi Futian would feel awkward about losing face, Yi Futian replied with the same tone, salvaging his reputation instantly. It was not about how arrogant his words or tone sounded, but the connotation that his words had. He questioned Long Mu's right to comment, suggesting that his conversation with Long Linger was never from the perspective of a dragon clan member. If it was about their positions in the dragon clan, Yi Futian was vastly inferior to Long Mu, and naturally would not have the right to refute Long Mu. However, he was Yi Futian, not a member of the dragon clan. He had never wanted to associate himself with the dragon clan, neither did he belong to the dragon clan or owe them anything. That one simple sentence contained a wealth of information behind it. Jiang Nan's expression hardened. Yi Futian was not even going to give Long Mu face. Beside him, Wang Yuqing laughed mockingly at herself. This was the person they thought was currying favor. The dragon clan, Long Mu, Long Linger. They all did not matter to him. He was just being himself, it was only the other people that overthought it. Long Mu continued staring at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian did not pay it any attention. He turned around and started to walk down the platform. Everything that happened today would end here. However, what he thought did not reflect what others thought. Chapter 454, Are you going to just leave? As the crowd watched Yi Futian take his leave from the battle platform, a voice sounded out. When they looked towards the person that was speaking, everyone's focus gathered once again, and they had curious looks. Are you going to just leave? As the crowd watched Yi Futian take his leave from the battle platform, a voice sounded out. When they looked towards the person that was speaking, everyone's focus gathered once again, and they had curious looks. As it turned out, the person who had spoken was the Nine Cloud Palace Jin clan's Jin Yunxiao. What a surprise, Jin Yunxiao and Long Mu, who were usually enemies, were ganging up on Yi Futian together. This made people feel sorry for Yi Futian. Not only was he not recognized by Long Mu, but Jin Yunxiao was also stopping him from leaving too. Yi Futian did not take any notice and continued to walk down the battle platform. His interference today was simply to obtain redress for Long Linger. Since Long Linger asked for his opinion, he would just reply to her. As for Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao, they were merely his peers. If they respected him, he would treat them with courtesy, but Long Mu did not show him any respect twice. Why then, should he give him any face? Long Mu was merely a younger member of the Dragon Clan, even though he had a reputation as the successor, but at the current moment, he did not have the final say while Long Linger's parents were still around. Jin Yunxiao raised his eyebrows when Yi Futian ignored him, and a stinging aura appeared in his eyes. He smiled and said, I've heard that your Guqin spell is extraordinary, and have defeated many of my peers. I would like to spar with you." As his voice landed, Jin Yunxiao transformed into a streak of golden lightning, brilliant rock wings appearing on his back. With a slight tremor, he flew towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Jin Yunxiao naturally had a reason to step in. Although Gu Yunxi's words helped to salvage the Starry School's reputation, it was the truth that Yi Futian had crushed many of their disciples and caused them to lose face. If he was able to defeat Yi Futian convincingly, it would reflect well on the Starry School, and gain the favor of the Starry School elders. Apart from that, some of the reason lied with Gu Yunxi. When that legend from the Dragon Clan was still alive, the Gu Clan and the West Mountain Dragon Clan had thoughts of a union through marriage. The target of that marriage was Longmu, and even until today, the Dragon Clan still had those thoughts. If the Gu Clan and the Dragon Clan formed an alliance through marriage, the one facing the most pressure would be the Jin Clan. Therefore, the Jin Clan hoped that Jin Yunxiao would be able to win Gu Yunxi's hand in marriage. Faced with such an alluring beauty, he was very willing. Now, Gu Yunxi had voiced her adoration towards Yi Futian. So, if he crushed Yi Futian in front of Gu Yunxi, her fantasies would naturally be shattered. So fast. The crowd's views looked towards the platform, where the streak of golden lightning was striking across the air. In an instant, it had landed behind Yi Futian, with the visage of a rock, his hand gripped into a claw that was sharper than knives, and clawed towards Yi Futian. Still not resisting. Yi Futian was still walking down the platform, and the crowd saw him acting as though nothing was happening and had no intention to turn his head. Their expressions turned ghastly. Was he looking for trouble? However, they did not notice that someone in front of Yi Futian had already moved. Since he moved, Yi Futian naturally did not need to. Bang! The floor shook violently and cracks appeared on that platform. As Jin Yunxiao's claw was aiming towards Yi Futian's brain, a powerful fist appeared in his path and punched towards the razor-sharp claw. Bam! As a huge sound erupted, just as the crowd thought that the fist was going to be shredded by the golden claw, they saw a brilliant rock figure flying backward onto the battle platform. Its body was floating in the air, its long golden robe swaying and its glowing golden eyes fixated on the burly figure that had just appeared in front of it. A horrifying strength materialized from that person's arm. The feeling that it gave him was similar to when he was battling with Longmu. The crowd stared at the figure that had clashed with Jin Yunxiao with puzzled looks. This person had come together with Yi Futian and had a faint existence. However, he was able to have the upper hand over Jin Yunxiao. At that moment, he gave people a feeling of having explosive power merely by standing there. Who were these people? On Jin Yunxiao's body, rays of golden light started to sprinkle down dazzlingly. The rock appeared and its wings gently flapped. Suddenly, his wings tremored and the entire sky was flooded with golden light, and dozens of rock shades and golden blades flew towards Yusheng with killing intent. A wild wind started blowing and similarly, a pair of giant dark wings appeared on Yusheng's back, much like the wings of a demon. The giant demonic wings closed up in a shield in front of him, creating a defense that the attacks could not penetrate. A jarring sound sounded out, and many people's expressions got even more interesting. Someone following Yi Futian had the ability to rival Jin Yunxiao. This was a horrifying fact. In the Starry School, Jin Yunxiao was already considered a top-notch talent. Wang Yuqing's emotions took a giant nosedive. At this moment, she witnessed the difference between them. The burly teenager that had always been standing quietly beside Yi Futian never had a strong existence, but his battle ability was so strong that it could rival Jin Yunxiao. It turns out that she had been like an idiot, mocking Yi Futian without knowing that none of them had ever paid her any attention. They were really beyond her. Bang! The floor started trembling again, and even the crowd started to quiver. Yusheng's wings spread open and he stepped forward onto the battle platform, walking towards Jin Yunxiao. When he started attacking, the feeling they gave people was that of unbridled wildness and dominance, completely different from when he was silent. Yusheng, Yi Futian shouted. Yusheng's movements came to a halt, and he stood still there. We should be going, Yi Futian turned and said. Yusheng's merciless gaze swept across Jin Yunxiao, as he turned around and stepped off the battle platform. Yi Futian no longer looked at Jin Yunxiao, and he turned in the Starry School's direction and said, "Sorry for the interruption today, I hope that the elders won't take it to heart. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yusheng following quietly by his side. When he reached Long Linger's side, Yi Futian told her, "Linger, you can make your own decision. If you don't want to, go back and ask the madam for her opinion." "Okay." Long Linger nodded while smiling. "Big brother Futian, let's go." She then hugged Yi Futian's arm and the both of them walked out. Many people looked towards Long Mu, only to see him standing silently there. He did not say anything but watched the two of them leave. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Yi Futian did not know either, but he did not care. From a certain perspective, he was definitely not qualified to interfere in this matter, as it was the Dragon Clan's matter. However, he treated Long Linger as a younger sister, so he would not interfere with the Dragon Clan's matters, but since Long Linger did not want to enter the school, he would definitely support her. If the madam insisted on Long Linger entering the school, he would relent because she was Long Linger's mother. But Long Mu was merely Long Linger's elder brother, he did not have the right to make decisions for Long Linger. Jin Yunxiao was also forgotten on the battle platform, looking a little awkward. He initially wanted to crush Yi Futian in a domineering manner, but he was fought off by someone beside Yi Futian. Although he did not want to admit that he could not defeat that person, it was definitely impossible to crush him. Thus, he could only watch them leave. Gu Yunxi looked at Jin Yunxiao, then towards Yi Futian's gang. She was curious, what were these people? Yi Futian had exceptional Guqin mastery, his martial arts level that he revealed to the Dragon Clan was also not weak. The person following him, Yu Sheng, also had explosive power. Under the gaze of many, Yi Futian and his friends walked out of the Starry School. The outside of the school was surrounded with people, and they all created a path for him to walk through. In today's battle, this supposed musical attendant had shot to fame. He had such strength, yet he claimed to be a musical attendant who was not worthy of the top 3 schools. After Yi Futian and his friends left, the Starry School's examination officially came to an end. However, many people were unable to keep their cool. Many disciples took the examination today, but not one of them stood out as much as a person who did not enter the school. The people from the Starry School started to disperse. The Starry School's reputation had been affected today, but they were not as petty as to engulf Yi Futian in their rage. However, they did not invite Yi Futian to enter the school, even if he had the qualifications for them to specially recruit him. What he had done today had left many of the higher management unhappy. The Divine Sky City's top 3 schools did not need to beg anyone to enter their school. After the crowd had left, Wang Yuro still did not leave. She sighed internally, and her sister Wang Yuqing walked to her side, the both of them silently staring at each other. "I'll go apologize to him." Wang Yuqing broke the silence. "Someone as proud as him, do you really think an apology will work?" Wang Yuro asked. Wang Yuqing lowered her head. She knew that what Wang Yuro was saying was not wrong, Yi Futian had never cared about her. If she was to apologize, he might not even look her in the eye. As someone who did not even have Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao on his mind, would she even matter? Even if she was a beauty, how could she match up to Gu Yunxi? Everything had turned out like what Jiang Nan had said when they first reached the Divine Sky City. Their lives were destined to be parallel lines, never having any contact points. The Divine Sky City's top 3 schools' examinations progressively ended, and there were many individuals with extraordinary potential that appeared, witnessed by many. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School both garnered talented geniuses, yet for the Starry School, the person who had been in the limelight in the examination did not enter the school, causing much debate. Moreover, he was the owner of the Celestial Pavilion. Last year, the Dragon Clan buying the pavilion was a gift to him. Hence, the Celestial Pavilion became extremely popular, with many people coming to pay the rumored Celestial Pavilion owner a visit. Majority of these visitors were from the top 3 schools. Many people wanted to see how outstanding of a person he was, the celestial pavilion owner that had risen to fame in the starry school examinations. This included many starry school disciples who had not been present on that day. Currently, there were many people in the celestial pavilion's fairy pool. One person asked, "Is it really so hard to meet the pavilion owner?" The pavilion owner is busy cultivating and not meeting guests. Please don't mind it, the maid smiled while replying. Such a huge reputation. So many of us here want to meet him, is that not enough for him? At another table, someone else mockingly said. The maid smiled bitterly. These few days, there had been many people who had wanted to meet the pavilion owner, including many who wanted to spar with him. Chapter 455. Many people started to create a ruckus in the fairy pool, claiming to want to meet Futian. This gave the maids a hard time. Miss Xinyu had said not to disturb the pavilion owner unless it was for important matters. Many people started to create a ruckus in the fairy pool, claiming to want to meet Futian. This gave the maids a hard time. Miss Xinyu had said not to disturb the pavilion owner unless it was for important matters. Bang! At that moment, a huge noise sounded out, and many people turned towards one of the chambers on the covered bridge, which was where the sound had come from. Can the food here even be eaten? A furious voice sounded from within. Following the voice, a few figures walked out and demanded with a relentless expression, service. One of the maids walked forward timidly and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" She understood clearly that anyone who could dine in the chambers was of a considerable statute, and not someone maids like them could offend. This food is inedible. After the celestial pavilion changed hands, the taste has become so awful. Ask your pavilion owner to come over. The person was furious. This. The maid's expression was ashen, and she naturally understood that the other party was intentionally using it as an excuse to meet the pavilion owner. What do you mean this? Hurry up and go, the expert howled, intentionally releasing some of his aura. The maid bowed and replied, "I'll go and report this." She then took her leave. She had no choice but to go and report it. In the yard, Futian heard Xinyu's report and frowned, asking, "Who is so daring as to cause trouble in the celestial pavilion?" Although he was the owner, the celestial pavilion was bought by the West Mountain Dragon clan. There were still many Dragon clan members residing in the celestial pavilion. Even if they did not care about him, they should at least give the Dragon clan some face. Creating trouble in the celestial pavilion was not a wise choice. The Jin clan of the Divine Sky City, Xinyu replied. She had already investigated who it was that was causing trouble before she had come to make her report. Futian nodded after hearing Xinyu's report. At current, he had an understanding of the elite clans in the Divine Sky City. The Jin clan was also among the elite clans, with a long heritage and their roots spread deep in the Divine Sky City. The Jin clan's power gathered in one of the top 3 schools, the Bright Moon School. The Jin clan members usually cultivated in the school. Since they were a clan that could rival the Dragon clan, causing a little trouble in the Celestial Pavilion was naturally not surprising. There was nothing the Celestial Pavilion could do about it. Let's go have a look. Futian stood up and walked outside, Yuxing following closely behind him. At the moment, even the elite clans had come to the Celestial Pavilion. It was not possible for Futian to not show himself. They would use other means to force him out otherwise. He was merely a little depressed about it. Even though he had some fame within the Divine Sky City, but to the top 3 schools and the elite clans, he did not stand out too much. Was there really a need to go to this extent? When Futian brought Xinyu and Yusheng to the fairy pool, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Of those that were at the Celestial Pavilion dining, the majority of them wanted to see who the person who dared to face the Starry School single-handedly was. It was rumored that no one in the musical spell department was a match for him, even Gu Yunxi had admitted she was inferior to him. Finally, was this person willing to show himself? And that burly teenager beside him, was he the martial arts cultivator who fought off Jin Yunxiao? As expected, after Yi Futian had arrived, the area became much quieter. You all wanted to see me? Yi Futian said, looking at the crowd. I've heard that you excel in the Guqin, having exceptional battle ability to crush all those in the same level as you in the Starry School. I've come to experience it for myself. One person smiled while answering. He was someone with outstanding potential from the Blazing Sun School. The people around him were disciples from the Blazing Sun School, so if he was able to defeat Yi Futian, it would be akin to giving the Starry School a slap in the face. Me too, another person chipped in. He was straightforward and ignored all the formalities. So should I be sitting here and waiting for you to come forward one by one to challenge me? Yi Futian asked the surrounding crowd. He did not have this kind of leisurely time or mood to do so. Maybe after 1 or 2 matches, there won't be a need to anymore, someone replied emotionlessly. That's true. Since that is so, within my celestial pavilion, there are many people cultivating. I'm sure that there are many at the same cultivation level as everyone here. If anyone wishes to challenge me, why not let my people challenge you one by one? If you defeat them all, you can come look for me, Yi Futian suggested. Are you joking? Another person frowned. Asking them to battle the cultivators in the Celestial Pavilion? Moreover, to challenge them one by one? They did not have that much free time to waste. So you all do know that you are joking. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the room, and he calmly said, if those at the same level want to challenge me, sure. First, prepare one superior noble ritual implement. If you lose, leave it behind. If you win, you can bring 2 away. How does that sound? After hearing Yi Futian's words, many people frowned. One superior noble implement was not something that a normal Arcana Plane cultivator could afford unless they had the backing of a strong clan. This fellow was obviously doing a gambling showdown. Sure. At that moment, in the chamber above the covered bridge, a voice sounded out, and Yi Futian raised his head. The maid beside him said, that's the group that complained. From the chamber, a group of people walked out. Their leader was a teen who looked a little dreary, yet gave people a feeling of stability. The teen gave Yi Futian and his friends a cold stare. However, the voice that had spoken was not his, but a female's. She had evidently not walked out from the chamber. Moreover, they were no longer using the cuisine's taste as an excuse. Evidently, their aim was to force Yi Futian out, and they were making no efforts to hide the fact. He's in the 5th level of the Arcana Plane, can he battle too? The female voice sounded from the chamber again. Mr. Yi, be careful. This person has been granted the name Ling Sha, and he comes from the Divine Sky City's battlefield. When he was still in the lower Arcana Plane, he defeated everyone, becoming the lower Arcana Plane's champion in the battlefield. Now, he's the battle servant of Miss Jinrong, from the Jin clan. From another chamber, a gentle voice sounded out. Yi Futian knew who was hinting him from the voice, the Gu clan's daughter Gu Yinshi. She was here today too. Jinrong's battle servant. The crowd looked at the chamber, was the Jin clan's Jinrong here today? The Divine Sky City battlefield was a reputable place. Naturally, everyone knew what it was. It was a place prepared for the wealthy families and elite clans of the Divine Sky City. There were many strong individuals there, and the younger generation of these families and clans would each select a battle servant to grow alongside them. Some of the stronger battle servants had the strength that was no weaker than the geniuses of the top 3 schools, but as to why they chose to be battle servants and not enter the top 3 schools, it was up to their own decision. Strong battle servants had the right to choose their masters. They could reject others' offers, therefore their status was not low, but their reputation was still affected. These powerful individuals would enter the elite clans and grow alongside the geniuses of these clans. In the Divine Sky City, these battle servants from the battlefield could even assume influential positions in these clans. What an honor for both the Gu clan and Jin clan's young ladies to be here today, a person said, smiling. From another chamber, a teen walked out. He had an extraordinary aura, the sunlight falling upon him made him look exceptionally brilliant. His eyes had a scorching look, as though there were flames within. "Chen Lu," a person in the crowd exclaimed. Many people were also stunned. Chen Lu from the Chen clan was also here. What was going on today? The members of the top 3 clans were all here today. They could understand Gu Yunxi being here since she had claimed to know Yi Futian at the Starry School examinations. But this continued to baffle people. Could it be that the Gu clan's young lady was interested in the Celestial Pavilion's owner? The Qin clan's power was in the Blazing Sun School, while the Jin clan's power was in the Bright Moon School. What were their intentions for coming here? At that moment, members from the top 3 schools were all present in the Celestial Pavilion. "I heard that you did not give face to Longmu and Jin Yunxiao at all during the Starry School examinations," Chen Lu said questioningly to Yi Futian. Longmu and Jun Yunxiao were his peers, and as members of elite clans, they naturally belonged on the same level. That was why Chen Lu was interested in Yi Futian. He had once been on the losing end against Longmu. Longmu was an arrogant fellow, just like his deceased father. However, his strength was still a far cry from his father. When Long Yiqian was still alive, he had the title of the Eastern Barren Territories #1, being among the top few on the Barren Sky ranking. When he was younger, he was unrivaled. Even though Longmu was very strong now, he was still a distance away from Long Yiqian. Wanting to catch up to his father's footsteps would be a daunting task. Yi Futian took a look at Chen Lu. From the murmuring in the fairy pool, he knew the identity of the person before him, a member of the Divine Sky City's Qin clan. "Will you or will you not accept the challenge?" From the Jin clan's chamber, a prideful female voice sounded again. It was Jinrong. "The ritual implement," Yi Futian replied, looking at the chamber. Maintaining the Celestial Pavilion at the state it was in was not a solution. He could probably not escape having to battle once or twice. Very soon, a maid walked out from the chamber, holding a staff ritual implement in her hands, an arctic aura emanating from it. She walked to Yi Futian, saying, "My young lady says that you can hold on to it temporarily." "Lulan, keep it," Yi Futian ordered. "Understood." Lulan Shui stepped forward, receiving the ritual implement and keeping it in her possession. This caused the crowd to watch astonishingly. He was this confident. They had heard that Yi Futian was in the 4th level of the Arcana plane, while Jinrong's battle servant Ling Sha's battle ability was definitely strong. He was on the level of the geniuses of the top 3 schools. "Yu Sheng, go easy on him," Yi Futian told Yu Sheng, who was standing beside him. The crowd heard Yi Futian's words and were dumbfounded. Go easy on him. These were big words to say. Yu Sheng stepped forward and Ling Sha frowned. Yi Futian's attitude made him very displeased. Crash! A horrifying aura started to radiate from Ling Sha. It actually formed a dark current around his body, and the dark current gave off a razor-sharp feel. Moreover, the aura started to spread and caused a dark tornado to start brewing. Jinrong was a sorcerer who did not cultivate in the martial arts, but her battle servant was an extremely powerful martial arts cultivator with high battle ability. Ling Sha stepped forward, shrouded in a dark glow, making his way towards Yu Sheng. At the same time, Yu Sheng stepped forward, an exceedingly violent aura bursting out, a dark golden glow spreading from his body. Chapter 456, Ling Sha and Yu Sheng leaped into the air, appearing in the space above the fairy pool. Cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate with the heavens. Ling Sha and Yu Sheng leaped into the air, appearing in the space above the fairy pool. Cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate with the heavens. A dark golden glow formed around Ling Sha's body and transformed into an enormous darkness rock. There was formidable purple lightning flowing around it, causing it to give off a scary feel. The imposing aura enveloped Yu Sheng and the pressure was exceedingly scary, as though what was attacking Yu Sheng was not a human, but a colossal rock. One strike could tear through everything and cut through space and time. Yu Sheng's body did not dodge in the slightest. He charged straight towards the enemy, and at that moment, an intimidating dark golden current surged throughout his body and demon-like wings spread open from his back, as though a demon's shadow was behind him. His aura became overwhelming, like a devil, fearing nothing. Both their speeds were overwhelmingly quick and they clashed in the air. Streaks of lightning and dark energy flow exploded recklessly, extending towards all directions. After an explosion, the crowd saw dark lightning flying back, and with a crash, it smashed into one of the chambers on the covered bridge, causing the chamber to be smashed into smithereens. In the air of destruction, a burly figure stood pridefully, watching the crowd indifferently. The demon-like wings on it were flapping, like an unrivaled demon. Countless people looked towards the figure in the air, awestruck by his outrageous strength. Some of the starry school disciples who did not witness the examinations had felt that the rumors were slightly exaggerated. But now, they understood with this strike that there was definitely no exaggeration involved. The person that could fight off Jin Yunxiao had explosive power. If Yi Futian had not told him to stop that day, God knows how the fight between him and Jin Yunxiao would have turned out. The person who had been unmatched in the lower arcana plane, Ling Sha, had been decimated with just one punch. Yi Futian looked at Yusheng gloomily. He knew it would turn out this way. Looking at the chamber in pieces made his heart ache. This was his business. What happened to going easy? At this moment, from the smashed chamber, a group of people walked out. At the helm was a beautiful lady. She was cold and arrogant, her beauty different from that of Gu Yinqi's. Even though her looks were slightly inferior, she could still be considered a stunning beauty. This was the Jin clan's young missus, Jin Rong. The noble aura around her created a sense of distance from other people. Thank you for the ritual implement, Yi Futian said looking at Jin Rong. Jin Rong took a look at Yi Futian and did not say anything. It was merely a ritual implement, it did not mean much to her. She raised her head and looked at Yu Sheng. Nobody knew Ling Sha's strength better than her. Ever since she had taken him in as her battle servant, she had used ways and means to increase his battle ability and consumed many resources in the process. Compared to when he was in the battlefield, Ling Sha's battle ability had gone up a few grades and was definitely among the genius level. However, he was decimated with no hesitation by one of Yu Sheng's punches. From this, she could imagine Yu Sheng's battle ability. Raising her head, Jin Rong stared at Yu Sheng, who was in mid-air, and said, "Are you willing to become my battle servant? Feel free to state your conditions, I can definitely give you more than the Dragon Clan can." Jin Rong was the young missus of the Jin clan and liked cultivating, causing her to be superior to men around her. Her coming to the Celestial Pavilion was not out of boredom, she merely wanted to see what level the person who was valued by the Dragon Clan was on. If that person's reputation was undeserved, she would just treat it as a wasted visit. If the person was really strong, she would try to obtain the person under her wing to work for her. Evidently, Yu Sheng had demonstrated strong enough battle ability to move Jin Rong. Battle servant? Yi Futian gave out a cruel aura. This woman wanted Yu Sheng to be her servant. Yu Sheng coldly swept Jin Rong, while Yi Futian said, "My brother is lacking a maid, are you willing to take up the role? If you're willing, you will definitely have more than what you own now in the future." Yi Futian's words astounded the crowd, and the people around Jin Rong glared at Yi Futian. One of them said ruthlessly, "You impudent fellow. Asking the Jin clan's young missus to be a maid? Was this supposed to be an insult to Jin Rong?" The crowd also had weird looks. Yi Futian's words were indeed presumptuous. Yi Futian looked coldly at the Jin clan's members. Jin Rong's suggestion of Yu Sheng becoming her battle servant was natural to them. But for her to become a maid was an insult? What was the difference between the two? Do unto others what you would have them do unto you. If the Jin clan's members are merely of such character, then please go ahead. Yi Futian's look was calm, and his voice emotionless. He was driving them out. The members of the Jin clan were speechless. Reasonably speaking, both of their actions were the same. However, every action had to consider the identity of the person. What was the status of the Jin clan's young Mrs. Jin Rong compared to Yu Sheng's? How could the two of them even be mentioned in the same breath? Interesting. Chen Lu smiled. This was probably the first time someone in the Divine Sky City proposed to take in Jinrong as a maid. In the future, this would probably become the joke of the town. Jinrong did not pay too much attention to Yi Futian's words. Her expression was frosty as always, and she hushed the people behind her with the motion of her hand. She looked towards Yi Futian and said, "This world has its fair share of strong cultivators. However, apart from potential, opportunity can also change a cultivator's destiny. I have seen many people with formidable potential who all had their own pride. However, people who are able to put down this pride usually go even further. They do not care about the attitudes and looks of the common people and only pursue stronger cultivation and follow their heart. Although he may not have a good reputation as my battle servant, he can make use of the Jin clan's resources, and have access to the same opportunities as me while I am growing. If he can soar to greater heights in the future, can he still be tied down by just the title of a battle servant?" Chen Lu's expression changed upon hearing Jinrong's words. As expected of the prideful freezing beauty who loved to cultivate, her method of drawing people over to her side was straightforward. "What you said is correct," Yi Futian nodded and replied. "The reverse is also true. So it's also suitable for you to be my brother's maid. Does Miss Jin want to consider?" Jinrong's gaze fixed on Yi Futian. She knew that nothing she said today would have any effect. This handsome teen was way too prideful and had lost himself in his pride. Of course, she understood how Yi Futian felt. Before someone with exceptional potential faced a real setback, they all stubbornly believed that they had the right to be proud. This illusion would cause them to be blinded and unable to recognize their true value. We're less than 1 month away from the opening of the Martial Fortune battleground. In this time, you can take your time to consider. If you're done considering, you can come and look for me. You and your brother can both become my battle servants, and I will make arrangements for you to join the Bright Moon School to step foot into the battleground with me. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be gone for good." After she had finished saying that, she turned around and left. The people around her followed her, including her battle servant Ling Sha. Even though he had been defeated, he was still calm and took a glance at Yu Sheng. Many people looked at Jinrong leaving and realized that the Jin clan's young missus really valued Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. As expected, those with outstanding potential were likely to obtain beneficial treatment. As of date, the Dragon clan had given them the Celestial Pavilion, and the Jin clan's young lady had come to invite them under her wing. "I don't need the two of you to be my battle servants, and I can send you into the Blazing Sun School to cultivate. Are the two of you willing?" Suddenly, the Qin clan's Chen Lu started talking, and many people looked towards Chen Lu. Were the top 3 clans going to compete for talents? It seems that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were indeed awe-inspiring. The Qin clan also wanted to take them in, albeit not as battle servants. However, if Yi Futian agreed to their request, they would be considered members of the Qin clan in the future and have to follow the lead of the Qin clan. "Thanks," Yi Futian smiled and looked at Chen Lu, "but no thanks. You offended the Starry School on the day of the examinations. Even though you have potential, they probably will not accept you. However, the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School have no problems with it. Not long later, the Martial Fortune battleground will be opening to the disciples of the top 3 schools. Are you really going to miss this opportunity to increase your strength?" Chen Lu smiled and continued, "Consider properly. If you're done considering, you can look for me as well." After saying that, Chen Lu also brought his men and left. In the fairy pool, the disciples of the top 3 schools looked at Yi Futian. Sure enough, the strong did not lack opportunity. It was up to Yi Futian to grasp it now. Was he going to enter the Dragon clan, the Jin clan or the Qin clan? If it was when Long Yiqian was still alive, the Dragon clan would be the best choice. But things had changed. Long Yiqian's death had left the Dragon clan weak and the clan had fallen into a power struggle for a period of time afterward. This had affected their foundation and they were unable to solidify their position as an elite clan afterward. However, after one battle, the rest of the people no longer expressed any intention to spar. One higher noble implement was not something normal people could afford. And even if they could afford it, how much confidence did they have to win? They had all seen Yu Sheng's battle ability. He could defeat Shenrong's battle servant, Ling Sha, in one punch. Mr. Yi, are you really not going to consider entering the top 3 schools? Just then, a charming figure walked to Yi Futian's side. Many people had jealous expressions and envied Yi Futian. Gu Yinshi appeared to be giving Yi Futian preferential treatment. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. What is the martial fortune battleground? One of the places of opportunity in the Divine Sky City. Rumor has it that it is related to the founders of the top 3 schools, so it is controlled by the top 3 schools. Every year, 1 month after the top 3 schools' entrance examinations, is the opening day of the martial fortune battleground. It opens once a year, and only disciples of the top 3 schools can enter. Moreover, the top 3 schools are holding on to many other resources. If Mr. Yi wishes to enter the Starry School, I will do my best to help to obtain a place, Gu Yinshi replied gently, unlike Shenrong and Qianlu. It was easy for others to have a good impression of her. The clan Gu Yinshi was from had some influence in the Starry School. If she was willing to use her clan's strength, she had a chance to help Yi Futian obtain a place. Thank you, Miss Gu. Yi Futian smiled while nodding, and said, Shen Yu, waive all charges for Miss Gu when she visits the Celestial Pavilion in the future. He did not answer, so it naturally counted as a rejection. Gu Yinshi nodded and smiled, but did not continue to persuade him. She thanked him, thank you Mr. Yi, looks like I'll have to come to the Celestial Pavilion more often in the future. Naturally, it was a joke. At her level, she was not lacking these resources. Then I'll be leaving first. Gu Yinshi had a faint smile. Alright, please be careful on your way out, Miss Gu. Yi Futian nodded his head. Gu Yinshi's methods were pleasing, and she showed considerable control. Chapter 457. After the situation with Shenrong, the Celestial Pavilion gradually reverted to its usual tranquility, and no one created trouble anymore. After the situation with Shenrong, the Celestial Pavilion gradually reverted to its usual tranquility, and no one created trouble anymore. Yi Futian cultivated quietly in the pavilion, improving his spiritual energy, practicing his Guqin spell and honing his martial arts. Lulan Shui would enter the city once in a while to obtain some resources to aid her cultivation. Even though it was unable to achieve transformational change for her, but she was gradually improving. This was also Yi Futian's objective for coming to the Divine Sky City. In this eastern barren territory, he would raise his cultivation level and step into the noble plane. All other matters could be temporarily shelved for this. After he entered the noble plane, he would have much more choices. He could either stay in the Divine Sky City to cultivate or adventure further beyond. An arcana plane was far too weak to travel around the barren state. These days, Long Linger would often come and visit him, and Yi Futian would occasionally guide Long Linger in her practicing of the Guqin spell. Currently, Long Linger was in the Celestial Pavilion in Yi Futian's yard. The melodious Guqin melody slowly came to a halt. Long Linger sat quietly by the side, and as she saw Yi Futian stop playing, smiled brightly and said, Big brother Futian, every time I hear you play, it's like I fall into the imagery created by your Guqin melody and live in it. When will I ever be able to achieve this level? Practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the clearer it will be. When I started learning the Guqin, I was 1 year older than you are now, Yi Futian replied, smiling. You're lying to me again. Long Linger cackled while replying. If practice could make up the difference, why would there be any need for potential? Yi Futian glared at her. This little girl was simply too astute. Big brother Futian, my mother has set a target for me. If I'm not able to achieve it in 1 year, I still have to enter the Starry School to cultivate next year, Long Linger complained. Looks like you better start working hard then. Yi Futian smiled, and continued, if you can't achieve it, then you only have yourself to blame. Then just listen to your mother's words and enter the school to cultivate. Alright. Long Linger mumbled. She did not seem willing. You've been out for so long, it's time for you to go back, Yi Futian rubbed her head and said. Long Linger scowled at Yi Futian, then stood up and said grudgingly, I knew it, we aren't related. Afterward, she gloomily walked out of the yard. Yi Futian smiled bitterly and shook his head, and after she had left, turned around and called out, Lulan. Lulan Shui walked to Yi Futian's side and heard him say, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day that the martial arts battlefield opens? That's right. Lulan Shui nodded her head gently. The things that I asked you to investigate, have they been investigated clearly? Yi Futian inquired. Yes, they have. Lulan Shui nodded her head and elaborated, the martial arts battlefield is located in the center of the Divine Sky City. Rumor has it that the Divine Sky City started to expand with the battlefield at its core, up until today. The wide expanse of the Divine Sky City, the martial arts battlefield and dead center, guarded by the experts from the top 3 schools. If we want to enter the martial arts battlefield, we need experts from the Sage Plane to escort us in. The exterior of the battlefield has the might of Sage Plane experts left by the ancestors that the younger generation cannot withstand. Their wills may be destroyed by the Sage might if they cannot withstand it. Lulan Shui continued her explanation of the battlefield. Apart from this, the battlefield has 9 levels, named the 9 levels of martial arts fate. Each level deeper, there are more benefits to be obtained. In the past hundreds of years, there has only been one person in the Divine Sky City that has stepped foot into the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield. That person was named the top genius of 1,000 years back then. Who was it? Yi Futian asked. Long Yiqian, Long Linger's uncle, Lulan Shui answered. Yi Futian was in dismay. How did such a talent die? He thought to himself. So, apart from the disciples of the top 3 schools, there are no other means of entering the martial arts battlefield? Yi Futian asked. This was what his real concern was. There is. To enter the martial arts battlefield requires the protection of a Sage Plane expert. Non-disciples of the top 3 schools will not be stopped if they attempt to enter. To the top 3 schools, this kind of suicidal behavior is not worth their attention, Lulan Shui replied. Understood. Make preparations, we leave tomorrow, Yi Futian instructed. Lulan Shui nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. She would do whatever Yi Futian asked, and not go past her limits. She could also feel that as time passed, both her and Yi Futian were gradually getting used to each other's roles. She still remembered when they were in the cottage, Yi Futian was not used to instructing her to do things, and would often feel awkward. However, this awkwardness had since disappeared. She naturally understood that as Yi Futian grew, he was also changing. His playfulness was slowly decreasing, and the confidence that radiated from within him was stronger by the day. His aura was also slowly changing. He was still in the Arcana plane. What would he be like in the Noble plane? What about the Sage plane or an even higher level? She wanted to see what Yi Futian would be like in the future, and she truly had a chance to do so. At daybreak of the second day, the Divine Sky City was filled with chatter. Every year, there would be groundbreaking things happening in succession. The top 3 schools' admission examinations were the first, and the second was the opening of the martial arts battlefield. Every year, when the martial arts battlefield was opened, it could be said to be a test of the top 3 schools' disciples' potential. Based on how many levels they reached in the martial arts battlefield, their future potential would be determined. Similarly, it was also a competition between the top 3 schools, to see which school's disciples were more outstanding. Of course, what the citizens of the Divine Sky City wanted to see was who could step foot into the 8th and 9th level of the battlefield and exhibit their formidable talent. In the history of the Divine Sky City, those who could step foot into the 8th and 9th level of the battlefield would definitely become influential people in the Divine Sky City or leave after developing absolute power, provided they did not die before this happened. How could the citizens of the Divine Sky City not look forward to such a moment? The top 3 schools encompassed the most outstanding talents in the Divine Sky City, and it was now time to see who was the cream of the crop. At this moment, in the center of the Divine Sky City, at the outskirts of the martial arts battlefield, countless people gathered. However, the space in front of the battlefield was exceptionally empty. That space was naturally left for the disciples of the top 3 schools. In the air, a huge gang of experts made their landing. The Blazing Sun School had arrived. Apart from the disciples of the Blazing Sun School, there were many seniors and members from elite clans. They all wanted to witness the performance of their younger generation. Following the Blazing Sun School, the Bright Moon School and Starry School's experts all arrived. In the blink of an eye, the empty space was filled with thousands of young teens, all in the Arcana Plane. The martial arts battlefield was a training grounds for cultivators of Arcana Plane and weaker. Many strong demonic beasts appeared in the air. In one direction, there was a demonic dragon. On the dragon sat a beautiful lady, her gaze fixed on the space below. Many people looked up towards her, the madam of the West Mountain Dragon clan. She had personally come to watch Long Mu enter the martial arts battlefield. Many people understood why she had come. Many years ago, Long Etienne's accomplishment in the martial arts battlefield caused his reputation to skyrocket within the Divine Sky City, becoming a legend. The West Mountain Dragon clan had high hopes for Long Mu, and the madam wanted to personally witness if Long Mu could inherit his father's legacy and step into the 9th level of the martial arts battlefield. Of course, with Long Mu's current strength at the middle Arcana Plane, he did not have much hope. It was more likely next year when he had reached the pinnacle of the Arcana Plane. Apart from Madame Long, many important figures from the various clans were here, watching the battlefield from the air. They also had their expectations. "Madam, long time no see. You still look as beautiful as always." In the air, a figure looked at Madame Long. It was an elder from the Jean clan, his aura was strong and contained a sharp feeling. Madame Long's gaze swept across him indifferently and she did not reply. This time, of the Dragon clan members that enter the martial arts battlefield, Long Mu should be the one to go the furthest. With his current level, he can probably enter the 6th level. However, my Jean clan's Jean Yunlang, Jean Yunxiao from the Starry School, will not perform worse than Long Mu, especially Jean Yunlang. He has already entered the 6th level last year. This year, he will challenge the 8th level, the Jean clan expert declared confidently. Jean Yunlang was a genius upper Arcana Plane member of the Jean clan, who was cultivating in the Starry School. "You had better let Jean Yunlang compete with the elite clan members from the other 2 schools, Madame Long coolly replied. This time, the top 3 schools had obtained too many elite talents. The citizens of the Divine Sky City were unable to predict who could go the furthest. The Starry School had Jean Yunlang, Gu Ming, Long Mu, Jean Yunxiao, as well as the school's Arcana Plane prodigy, Bai Qiong. The Blazing Sun School, the Bright Moon School, the Chen clan, the Jin clan as well as other geniuses from the other 2 top schools were also extremely outstanding. This time, there would be too many geniuses entering the martial arts battlefield. Nobody knew who would go the furthest until the end. This time's trial was crucial. It was not only to examine their potential, but it was also an opportunity for fortune. The further they went, the better the opportunity was. Nobody wanted to miss such a chance. Big Brother Futian. At this moment, beside Madame Long, a crisp voice sounded out. It was Long Linger. Her gaze moved towards the crowd and landed on Yi Futian and his group among the crowd. As her voice landed, countless gazes looked towards Yi Futian. 1 month ago, Yi Futian also shot to fame, so many people still remembered him. However, many people only coldly looked at him. In the past month, there was not much news about Yi Futian since he had been cultivating in the Celestial Pavilion, and did not look for Jinrong and Qinlu. Evidently, he had rejected them. But how was he here now? What was the purpose of his being here? This is your last chance, have you thought over it clearly? From the Bright Moon School's crowd, an alluring figure looked at Yi Futian. It was Jinrong. She was still willing to give Yi Futian a final chance. I made my choice clear a month ago, Yi Futian replied coolly. Jinrong's gaze turned away and she did not look at him again. Yi Futian was no longer worth her attention. From within the crowd, Wang Yuqing saw Yi Futian, and she felt a sense of pity. Yi Futian should have entered the top 3 schools. If he could enter the martial arts battlefield this time around, he might be able to grasp the opportunity. Let's go. A voice sounded out, and the people from the top 3 schools nodded in agreement. The huge crowd started to make their way to the martial arts battlefield. Chapter 458, The entrance to the martial arts battlefield was a door. In front of the door, there was an extremely wide bridge, and the disciples of the top 3 schools all made their way across it. The entrance to the martial arts battlefield was a door. In front of the door, there was an extremely wide bridge, and the disciples of the top 3 schools all made their way across it. From within the door of the martial arts battlefield, an intimidating aura spread out, the pressuring aura dispersing throughout the entire area. At both sides of the bridge, there were experts from the top 3 schools standing guard. In the air above, sage plane experts from the top 3 schools appeared, a horrifying aura emitting from them. This caused a strong sage intent to envelop everyone, resisting the might from the martial arts battlefield, allowing them to enter the battlefield. The huge army entered in a steady flow, and it took a long while for all of them to enter the battlefield. The space in front of the battlefield became empty again, but the people surrounding it continued to stare at the martial arts battlefield, anticipating the results of the disciples of the top 3 schools. Who would be able to go the furthest? Seniors, I would like to try to enter the martial arts battlefield. Would that be okay? From within the crowd, a person walked out and saluted the experts from the top 3 schools. You may if you are able to. However, you bear the consequences, one of the elders from the top 3 schools replied nonchalantly, not caring in the least. Every year when the martial arts battlefield opened, there would be people who would want to try their luck but would eventually reap their just deserts. Yi Futian's gaze lit up. It was exactly as Lulan Shui had investigated, the top 3 schools would not interfere with others trying to enter. They would usually fail, and moreover, even if they had the capability to enter the martial arts battlefield, could they affect the outcome? The martial arts battlefield was after all the training ground for the disciples of the top 3 schools. With the agreement from the top 3 schools, there were people who walked towards the martial arts battlefield's bridge. However, the moment they stepped foot within, they felt a terrifying might crushing down upon them. The person who was at the forefront let out a muffled sigh. The next thing he knew, he was vomiting blood and his body flew backward. The experts from the top 3 schools looked disdainfully at the sight. They had seen the same thing happen far too many times. Normal people did not stand a chance at all, unless they were disciples from elite factions who were able to withstand the sage might using special sage ritual implements. However, those from elite factions usually joined the top 3 schools and would have protection from sage plane experts. Just then, a group of people emerged from the crowd, causing many people to stare at them. Big Brother Futian. Long Linger was astonished, looking at the figure that had walked out. Big Brother Futian wanted to enter the martial arts battlefield? But he wasn't willing to enter the top 3 schools. How was he going to enter the martial arts battlefield? Mother, why don't you help Big Brother Futian think of an idea? Long Linger asked Madame Long who was beside her. Madame Long also looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. From her interaction, he did not seem like someone who was blindly arrogant. Maybe he just wanted to feel the sage might and not enter the martial arts battlefield. Of course, even if he really wanted to try, it was not a problem. As to helping Yi Futian, the Starry School's people were also around. If she were to step in, it would reflect well on the Starry School's reputation. Currently, several people from the Starry School had noticed Yi Futian. A few of them laughed mockingly. Some of the younger generation were arrogant because of their outstanding potential and lacked respect. However, after they had experienced a setback, they would learn humility. At this time, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui and a black-winged condor had reached the edge of the bridge. They heard Yi Futian say, "I'll go try first, you guys wait." As he finished, Yi Futian stepped forward and onto the bridge. Crash! In an instant, an overbearing intent entered his head. He could see an overwhelming figure that was godlike and had intimidating might. Sage intent. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and that godlike figure entered his brain, destroying everything within, the formless figure attempting to crush his will. When the difference in level was great enough, one look was enough to kill, even if it was the destruction of one's spiritual will. Within Yi Futian's head, a holy light shone, the golden light protecting his will from destruction and keeping the sage might out. He's still not backing off, is he asking for trouble? In the air, an elder from the starry school said. The more a person resisted, the worse they would end up. Trying to combat the sage intent was tantamount to suicide. Not even noble plane experts dared to stand up against it, not to mention those in the arcana plane. At this time, shades of brilliance started to shine from Yi Futian's body. In that instant, he appeared to be covered in 7 colors of radiance, causing many to have shocked looks. This was noble intent, every one of them elite. Moreover, these were noble wills of all elements. Was he using this to resist the sage intent? All elements. Many gazes locked on Yi Futian. It turned out that he was not just a musical sorcerer, but also a full attribute sorcerer with fearsome potential. Madame Long also looked shocked. It looked like she had again underestimated Yi Futian's potential. It was no wonder that he was prideful in everything that he did, no matter how low profile he might look. At that moment, under everyone's dumbfounded stares, Yi Futian took a step forward. Everyone was completely engaged in his actions. Was he actually going to try to forcefully enter the martial arts battlefield? Presently, Yi Futian tried to weaken his will of the emperor and tried to use his noble will to repel the sage intent. His noble will was repeatedly crushed, and he took step after step until his noble will was no longer able to resist the sage intent. He had already walked half the distance by then. This distance made many people's gazes freeze. A noble plane cultivator actually managed to forcefully walk half the distance using his noble will. Could he continue to walk forward? Just then, Yi Futian's body moved back to where he first started, his footsteps unsteady, as though he had been struck by an invisible force. Did he fail in the end? The crowd's gazes lit up. Furthermore, he was not injured, this was already an extremely rare case. In the air, the people from the top 3 schools had renewed looks. Nobody had mocking faces anymore. Being able to reach this step was already an achievement in itself. With such potential, it's no wonder that he's this arrogant. However, this is also a flaw that will cause him to delay his progress. One of the starry school's elders sighed and felt pity. He had to admit that Yi Futian's potential was indeed outstanding. After Yi Futian had returned to where he started, he did not care about what others thought. Instead, he looked towards Yu Sheng and the rest and said, using our noble will supported by ritual implements to withstand the sage intent, we have a chance to enter. It's worth a try. Then let's try it. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. Yes, replied the rest. Although they might reveal some of their treasures, the martial arts battlefield was an extraordinary place, it was still worth it to enter. As the Celestial Pavilion's owner, he was already extremely rich, so it would not be much even if he revealed a sage ritual implement. Let's go, Yi Futian announced. Immediately, the rest of the people followed suit and an even stronger noble will burst out from within them, and they walked forward in tandem. Many people had bizarre looks. Was Yi Futian actually going to continue trying? Was his previous retreat just testing the limits of the sage intent? At that moment, Yi Wuchen's body was shrouded by an invisible sword will, which transformed into an imposing sword might. His whole body became like a sword and he continued to walk forward step by step. Lulan Shue's life spirit bloomed, and within her life spirit, the sage treasure book appeared, releasing beams of brilliant light and enveloping her body within. Yusheng's footsteps were heavy but steady, landing loudly every step. With his noble will around his body, he looked like he was possessed by a demon. The black-winged condor's eyes were completely black, similarly walking forward. The black-winged condor had blended into Yi Futian's will of the emperor and its demon bird will. Wuchen, Lulan, Yi Futian shouted, and Yi Wuchen drew his sword. There were 2 swords on his back, one of them was the famous sword Alcade. It had once been the sword that the Futian Sword Clan's clan leader had shot to fame with, but when he had been killed by Yi Futian at the Sky Mountain, the sword had naturally fallen into Yi Futian's possession and given to Yi Wuchen to use. When the sword was drawn, a sword veil formed in the surroundings, encompassing all of them. Lulan Shui's treasure book similarly let out a bright glow, protecting everyone within it. The 4 of them stepped onto the black-winged condor's back like they were forming a miniature matrix. At this time, Yi Futian's noble wool was also absorbed into the light veil. The black-winged condor's body broke into a flight, a demonic glow shining in its eyes, tearing through the air like lightning. Originally, the distance was already short. With the acceleration by the black-winged condor, they transformed into a ray of light, rushing straight for the entrance. When the horrifying sage might culminated onto them, the light around them became even more dazzling, and in the next moment, the black-winged condor's body dashed straight through the door and disappeared. The people outside who saw this happen had dazed looks on their faces, and many others were stunned. What was happening? In the end, it was that simple. Was it because of that sage ritual implement? Madame Long had a bewildered look on her face. Yi Futian did not enter the top 3 schools but was able to step into the martial arts battlefield nonetheless. Presently, within the martial arts battlefield, Yi Futian and his friends appeared within. In actuality, they could have entered very easily. But the reason why they did not was to hide some treasures they possessed and only revealed their sage ritual implement. Choosing not to think about all of this, Yi Futian's gaze looked forwards. Many of the disciples of the top 3 schools were already walking forward with great vigor. The martial arts battlefield looked like a heavenly palace and had levels leading upwards. At the furthest direction, it was a blur, but he had a faint vision of a heavenly palace located among the heavens like it was connected with the sky. That should be the highlight of the martial arts battlefield, the fabled 9th level. The place where they were at currently was the outskirts of the martial arts battlefield's 1st level. There seemed to be an invisible force floating in the air, yet it would flow out between one's hands when they tried to grab hold of it. Some of the people at the front turned back and were dumbfounded when they saw Yi Futian. Wang Yuqing was walking in the back, and she saw Yi Futian, and her gaze froze. How did he get in? Could it be that Yi Futian had given in the end and joined one of the top 3 schools? If that was the case, which school did he enter? Chapter 459, Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yuqing. He kept looking at the individual space. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yuqing. He kept looking at the individual space. The martial arts battlefield had no spiritual qi. It only had omnipresent martial arts fate. Cultivators who entered the battlefield had their own plane but could only use their spiritual qi to fight while stealing martial arts fate from the battlefield. They would use up their spiritual qi, but if they stole martial arts fate, they could continue fighting. These were the rules of the battlefield. Some said that it wasn't real, the field was just a mirage created by an early sage. One couldn't tell real from unreal. Others said that this battlefield truly existed. Everything was real. The sage had just used a special force to turn it into a training ground. The battlefield was vast with 9 levels of space on top of each other. Each level had more martial arts fate than the last. Now, the disciples of the top 3 schools had split. They went forward and started snatching martial arts fate. Many amongst them had come last year and was familiar with the battlefield. For example, Long Mu's eyes were extremely sharp now. This time, he must surpass the 7th level. Next year, when he improved more, he could challenge his father's glorious record and try the 9th level. Let's go, Yi Futian said. As soon as he spoke, the black winged eagle flapped its wings. 4 people stood on its back so they could conserve energy. The battlefield on this level was like a barren city. They forged onward, following the disciples of the top 3 schools. Many figures appeared before them. They seemed unrealistic, like hallucinations that could disappear at any time. They wore silver armor and had long spears. Martial arts fate snaked around them and they seemed undefeatable like nobles. Everything in the battlefield is martial arts fate. You can take it all, Lulan Shui said. The disciples of the top 3 schools have already charged into the crowd and started fighting. The stronger ones swept through without anyone able to block them. The weaker ones could barely walk. A silver-armored army appeared before Yi Futian's group too. The martial arts fate filled the sky and formed a terrifying force. Steal by yourself and try not to use it up before arriving at the 5th level, Yi Futian said. The creatures on each level were different. The later ones were stronger. This was why the people of higher cultivation were more likely to make it to the end. Right now, they were in the mid-arcana plane. Yi Futian's goal was to try not to use up their spiritual qi before reaching the 5th level. 4 figures flew off from the black winged eagle's back. Before them, the silver-armored army's spears shot out. Their martial arts fate transformed into horrible and shocking power. Like a noble attack, it pierced through everything. These spirits made Yi Futian feel that they were filled with noble fate and created by noble martial arts fate. However, they could only display power from the first arcana plane. Even still, their attacks were much stronger due to the martial arts fate. The silver-white light cut through everything. Yu Sheng walked like a demon god. With a huge boom, all the spirits around him shattered. Martial arts fate instantly wrapped around him. He grasped a silver spear and snatched it. Then he charged forward, no one could stop him. Yi Wuchen seemed to transform into a sword. He shot forward, creating pops of air. Various spirits were destroyed, their martial arts fate stolen. Lulan Shui was a bit at a disadvantage. She majored in sorcery so she had to use spiritual qi. She released her life spirit and melded into the horrible cold light. Everything was sealed in ice and destroyed. She tried to fight as fast as possible. Like Yu Sheng, Yi Futian ran straight into the crowd and clashed physically. Everything in his path was destroyed. He practiced the body-enhancing technique. The spirits of the first level couldn't stop his terrifying body. The black winged eagle also crashed around. The 4 people and 1 beast swept through, quickly destroying the army. Rather than stopping, they continued forward. Other spirits would come, but the ending was all the same, Mr. Yi, a pleasantly surprised and gentle voice said. Yi Futian turned around and saw Gu Yunxi in the near distance. There was a young man beside her. He looked extraordinary. It was Gu Ming from the Gu clan. Other than them, the place was filled with students from the top 3 schools. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Gu Yunxi smiled and asked, "How did you enter?" She didn't guess like Wang Yuqing and just asked. "I walked in," Yi Futian said jokingly. Gu Yunxi blinked. She'd thought that Yi Futian would miss this chance, but unexpectedly, he came. The first 3 levels are easy, but in the middle, the difficulty multiplies. Each level is harder than the last. For the last 3, only the top figures can enter, especially the 9th level. For thousands of years, only Long Yiqian has done it. Mr. Yi, your cultivation plane is a bit of a disadvantage. Thus, you should try to get enough martial arts fate in every level. That way, you can release spells with them in the next level and help you go further. Gu Yunxi was more familiar with the battlefield and told Yi Futian in case he didn't know. Yi Futian's plane was low, but she wished he could go further. After all, there weren't many chances before. Understood, thank you. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He continued forward and martial arts spirits kept appearing only to get killed. In the other direction, a dazzling figure appeared. He had a pair of golden rock wings behind him. The wings flapped and swept past. The sharp feathers wildly snatched martial arts fate. Jin Yunxiao scanned Yi Futian, surprised that they had come. Last time, he had been defeated by Yu Sheng at the Starry School's exam day. He would never forget it. This area was mostly disciples from the Starry School. Long Mu was also here, but he didn't look at Yi Futian. He had his own goal on the battlefield and didn't care about the others. The people kept moving forward. There seemed to be a strange aura around Yi Futian. That was the martial arts fate. Yi Futian could feel clearly that he could use this martial arts strength. In addition, these martial arts fate were weak and couldn't really help him. There was no need to go crazy to get them. However, Yi Futian discovered something strange. There were countless strands of martial arts fate around him. Each one was different. Just like the spirits he'd killed were different, the martial arts fate from them was different too. Before him, another spirit came. Yi Futian got an idea. He instantly grouped much martial arts fate into a huge palm. He slammed it forward and killed the spirits, getting more martial arts fate and strengthening. Yi Futian kept attacking with martial arts fate. It was actually unneeded, but he needed to use it later. Thus, he wanted to familiarize himself with it beforehand. As he kept going, the strong and weak were gradually separated. The ordinary cultivators were left behind. The people with high cultivation had already entered the second level. People of the Arcana plane were naturally the fastest. The first few levels were nothing to them. There were also many silver-armored soldiers on the second level. The strong cultivators killed them all. Yi Futian discovered that the people with high cultivation wouldn't even take martial arts fate. They just walked past, overlooking it. Clearly, the fate from the first 3 levels was useless. It couldn't help them, so they ignored it for higher levels. Soon, people crossed through the 3rd level and came to the 4th. Here, the spirits contained both human and beast. Yi Futian could even sense that they weren't restricted to a single plane anymore. Their auras were horrible and some were even from the mid-arcana plane. Yi Futian looked over. All he could see was an endless tide of spirits. Those from the upper arcana plane finally started taking martial arts fate. Even they had to worry about energy usage later on. They must get strong enough fate to prepare for later battles. Yi Futian also charged forward, but he didn't use his own strength. The martial arts fate from earlier flowed through his body, protecting him. When a powerful beast rushed over, Yi Futian punched. His fist was like a dragon that roared like an ape. With a huge boom, the beast shattered. It transformed into martial arts fate and wrapped around Yi Futian. Another demon wolf pounced like an alpha. Its demonic eyes were extremely cold. Yi Futian turned slightly. His palm sliced across like a sword. With a squelch, the wolf was halved. Yi Futian's palm glowed with gold light. It was as sharp as a rock's feather. He continued charging. But then, a dazzling figure cut before him. He looked up and saw a huge gold beast sweep past. There were many poofs as countless spirits were destroyed. There was a beautiful figure on the demon's back. It was Zhenrong. Her fiery sword cut past, taking all the martial arts fate from the spirits her beast killed. She swept the place clean instantly. Zhenrong turned and looked coolly at Yi Futian before continuing. She was highly efficient at taking martial arts fate. Yi Futian froze. The battlefield was mostly fair to the disciples of the top 3 schools. People from every plane could challenge themselves somewhere. But those with powerful backgrounds naturally had a bigger advantage. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.